agree 100%. I just think that if they try to get into the business of the infrastructure of the country in totality, I don't think it would be good for their market base, right? I think they'll start to get into the negative doing that for these outside countries. I think that's why they stay away from it.
Am I in the Matrix?
Hello?
No, you're good.
Yeah, your brother. I'll be quick. Okay.
Brother!
I'm going to give a book. I know I'm not allowed to, but it's actually really, really good and really absorbing. And it's a first account. The book it came out last year. It's really, really good. It's called Basketball Trafficking: Stolen Black Panamanian Dreams. And it looks at what he calls Professor Javier Wallace. He calls the pipeline for black basketball players coming out of Central America. It's really, really, really good. It's called Basketball Trafficking. And I think a lot of this stuff, because it's so mystified, and we don't see it. I think people think, oh, this kid was really good. Oh, he got discovered. He did a tournament here, did a tournament there. Yeah, he made it. He's going to go back. It's a lot going on. That's why I was when Sweet and them was saying what they were saying. I was trying to understand what they were saying. Let me say this, and I'll go on mute. When I go to the continent, as y'all call it, and some of y'all probably do this too, I get airlift insurance, medical airlift insurance. Anybody else do that? Anybody else get medical airlift insurance? So that depending on where you are, I'm sorry. Okay, so depending on many people don't know, obviously people respectfully, America is, anyway, you get medical airlift, which means that depending on where you are, you come and get down, they're going to take you out of that motherfucker, because there's no hospitals
No.
America
I'm not interested in talking to you.
medical procedures. And by the way, I get it when I go to a lot of major cities.
So I don't want to.
The idea that they're going to have the NBA. You are only asking Sweet and for specific countries, and he's talking about yada yada. And like they're gonna. Do people know that like kids when they get hurt
Nobody said that.
in high school now go to like world-renowned surgeons? The kind of medical care you have to have. Kids in baseball do Tommy John surgery. Although they probably should. If you know what Tommy John surgery is,
Clearly not. I said slightly.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to, make his point toward it. Research shows that men and women speak roughly the same number of words per day. So there you go. I've been proven incorrect.
I wonder what it would have said like in the 70s.
I'm just saying, I don't think it changed my opinion or the question where this notion that men don't talk a lot come from. When men do communicate, it reminds me of how people say, "Oh, men don't have emotions," but that's a damn lie. Like I see it all the time. Like men do, they get mad quickly. Niggas do behave emotionally.
Think it's about their feelings.
Everybody behaves emotionally. Are you guys robots? Do you think that, everybody is the same? Women may have a greater sense of intuition, maybe, supposedly, but not always.
Is that in response to someone in particular?
Yeah, the previous speaker was saying, men don't speak. Men do speak. Men have emotions. Women speak and women have emotions. The difference between the brains is social. It's not necessarily organic. It's the environment. It's the culture. It's the protocols. And if a woman acts like a woman, she will be responded to as a woman. If a gay man comes on here and starts using that lisp voice, well, let me tell you, sweetheart, everyone's going to start responding to him with a little different respect. Put some respect on that LGBTQ name, okay? Hello?
Okay, you remind good at that.
Yeah, that's so good.
And I feel like that's a real
That was actually really good. And I agree with you.
That's not my real voice, sweetheart. That's called performative. And that's what all gay men do when they do this voice. It's performative. Hello? Let's go to the Target bathroom, girls.
Congress, can you tell us who said that men don't talk and who said that men don't have emotions?
Previous speaker. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at my phone. I'm doing my makeup. I'm in the Target bathroom right now. Hello?
Was it Mando?
I'll just say yes, but I can't see my phone. I'm doing my makeup. I'm in the Target bathroom right now. Hello?
Sorry, so that was for you, Mando. Hello?
Things always get brought up. This shit is so weird. Y'all want us to believe y'all straight, but y'all be all in gay men's, the rabbit hole of gay men. Maybe on the whole part.
It's a pretty cool rabbit hole, I must say.
I'm sure you didn't.
Was it there? Should I not unfollow somebody so I can follow this gay nigga back? I hate this. You hate gay niggas. No, I hate the friends map, like the maximum amount of friends. You know what I'm saying?
There's a maximum friends.
Yeah, on Club Deck, is there an easy way to like purge a bunch of friends?
No, gotta do it. I mean, it's a little more. He's a famous person. Better to do it.
I say friends for life.
They're probably Bitcoin bots.
Friends for life. One more thing about the female brain, they say that women are closer to God, but what that's saying is women are closer to nature, which is the material world. But it's man, hopefully, who picks up the good book and gains the wisdom of the universe, not just the knowledge of the earth. If you understand what I'm saying, that's the truth of the earth at your birth and your death. Hello?
Cool. John Kitover. What is your name? John Kitover. You have like a radio voice. Who do you know in this room, John? You know, this is one of yours.
I know everybody in this room. I know T, Fro, Rohan, Bootlegger, Clam, Kalima, El Norma, Jay, Mando, Sasha's Ray. I know all of yous. I've been listening to Research Purposes only for 4 years. You guys are the greatest. Hello? Long-time listener, rarely a speaker. I usually just absorb your wisdom like a sponge. Hello?
I've been listening to y'all for 25 years.
That's a good voice too. Who was that?
Donnie. We forgot to say hello at the end, Donnie.
Hello?
That's Dave.
Gotta answer the phone. Congress said he fucks with us.
Congress is just talking shit because he hasn't been around for that long. He's just talking. He has a pink ticket and everything. But that's okay. He has this.
You just got to remember the maxim that all communication is hypnosis or projection or spam. And so the real difference is knowing the difference between, non-spam, non-hypnosis communication, which is sometimes more authentic. But the point is, there's no real difference. The real difference is that a woman just roams the earth consuming without regard to where the funding comes from for the consumption. Women are like hurricanes that just absorb everything that comes in their path and goes from point A to point B at the expense of a man without concern for the man's well-being most of the time. So ladies, keep formulating your devious practices to consume and extract, like a colonist, you might say, a colonial empire dedicated to extracting the resources of a rich continent without regard to the well-being of the actual inhabitants. I am complete. Hello?
Oh, you colonize us?
Goodbye.
There is no real difference. But the real difference is... I knew it was.
Oh my God! So bootlegger, remember the guy that was in your room? You remember when She-Wolf started howling at the moon that night? Remember when She-Wolf started howling that night? Ghetto ass. And then there was a guy that was like, "Oh yeah, T used to be funny, used to be cool until recently he started hanging out with all the weirdos and all that shit." Remember that nigga? And I was like trying to remember who he was because his number was it was like his screen name was like 336 or some shit like that. You know? Remember?
Was it 3? It was spelled out 3 or number 3?
You worried about what exactly it was when I said, or something like that, right? Think about what he said. Do you remember a guy saying, "T, I will find the replay of when you were cool, when you were actually cool, and that you changed," right?
Remember?
You're too direct, T. You gotta talk artistry to this nigga. He might get that.
No, you're accurate.
And that guy made a reference.
You gotta understand, She-Wolf is a banshee demon, a racist loudmouth pig.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry, record everyone. She's talking about She-Wolf and all the problems I cause for people that have big mouths.
We're talking about something bigger.
Hello?
Hold on, brother. Yeah, hello? So, again, but like, you remember that one time in that one room? It was your room. And you were talking to that one person about that time that T could potentially be cool.
Hello?
We're gonna get the replays, you know. But I was like, "Yeah, go get the replays." I asked him, I was like, "Did I used to call you Digger Lips?" You know, and he was just, "Oh yeah, you see, you just doing that thing." I'm like, "I'm dead serious. I don't know who you are." You know, I wasn't playing dumb enough. Okay, well, you don't remember.
They got the replay though.
I'm just saying that She-Wolf is a disgusting human being. And some disgusting human beings choose to come on here and exhibit just how disgusting they truly are. And She-Wolf is a perfect example of one of those disgusting human beings.
And I see the same guy has the same profile, but it wasn't anyway, that's what I'm saying.
So, you still get a profile?
Yeah, I have it up still. I just unfollowed him so I can follow this crazy nigga back. John Kitover. I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I've caused lots of problems.
You're talking in calligraphy?
I've caused lots and lots of problems for people on this app.
Oh shit, well fuck, I can't do that.
You see, I'm actually a garbage collector. I just go around this app, I record everyone at scale, at mass, using anonymous, and then people come back to my reservoir or my garbage dump where they left everything they said. And then people roast them for being stupid. Not just fools, mind you. I'm talking stupid. And there's a difference between a fool and a stupid person. Can anyone tell me what the difference is between a stupid person and a foolish person? Hello?
Dang, it's getting old. So let me ask you this, John. Are you a Trump supporter? Because I just need to see if I need you for other rooms. Trump supporter at all? No, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
And let me just see. What do you think about that monkey, the videos with the Obamas looking like monkeys?
That's nothing. He's the king of the jungle, baby, the lion. And Michelle is a man, that is a trans. And the fact of the matter is, it's not racist, it's natural. And women know the difference between nature and superstition. Hello?
And then the guy, and just open your profile picture. Who's this man? This is not you.
I don't know. I can't actually change my... I unfortunately can't change my PTR because... But that's me. That's me with a set of tits. Hello?
points.
And those are my AI tits. Thank you, Grok, for transforming me.
Where are you from?
I was born inside Uranus, next to Saturn, in the year 1905. Hello?
Favorite drugs?
Mama said, I'll try anything once to find out the truth of the earth. Hello?
What's your favorite drug?
Oh, coffee. My favorite. Nespresso. Oh, incredible. Le crème, they call it. The cream, the foam. Le crème. Is that too bougie, touche bougie for you? Hello?
I'm not used for it.
You know, Kanye said, if you can't be used, you useless. Hello?
It was nice meeting you. I thought there was potential here. Thank you. And no offense to you whatsoever, of course. Thank you, John.
You take care now. I hope you discover the truth of the earth doing your research.
You found some characters today, golly.
Apparently he's been around. He seemed like charismatic. I liked his voice, you know, but it's just not funny. It was, you know how things are funny and then it just doesn't stop.
One-dimensional.
Yeah.
Too one-dimensional? Motherfucker!
They say something funny and then they just hold on to it for dear life. They don't realize it's not.
Can't take the smoke. I will not be mocked. I shall not be mocked.
What's the difference between a male and female brain?
I don't know. No idea. Let's see. Let's ask Google.
Ask ChatGPT. Look. Obviously, got brain and brain volume and morphology. Okay, so I'll read one and then you read one. Okay. Okay. So you need to hurry up.
Yeah.
Hurry up, bitch. That's what she just said, basically.
Is there a razor Ferrari? That would razor Ferrari. Hello?
Where did everyone go? Oh, you got rid of them, or?
Some people got things to do, jobs, books to read, breakfasts to cook, lunches to prepare. Hello?
I'm gonna kick you out of here.
Hello? Why are you so upset? Hello? Oh, he wants to control the situation. You see that, Coptic? Some people got shit to do, and you want to just sit here and kick people out in your very deep, obnoxious, horrible sounding voice. Can I kick him? I want to talk about my religion and kick everyone. Hello? I've got dopamine to create here. I have to create dopamine, otherwise I don't feel good. And I have this deep voice to talk about Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. I will kick him.
I think that's better, right?
criticism is about his broader catalog and how he has a lot of more controversial songs about dealing with Mike.
You perform to us. Where were we at? Why you think the biggest K-pop song ever is sang in English? Let me run it back for you. Why you think the biggest K-pop, Korean pop song ever is sang in English?
Because y'all don't speak any of them.
Because you gonna do what we say over here. When we
Benny is wearing Zara for his Super Bowl performance.
Zara, like the Spanish club?
Zara. Like Zara, the
Spanish?
fast fashion brand.
Yeah.
I love their clothes.
Me too. I like Zara. My kids like Zara too, actually.
How was the football game that I won?
Hello? Hello?
So this
Subtitles.
so this guy is not singing in English. You just have to on H.
It had subtitles. And by the way, part of the performance was.
Come on, bro. Do you
Come on, bro.
Some of these things
If you go back and watch it. What's happening? I'm in the grocery store. I'm sorry.
You're not in the Matrix. He in the Matrix and he keep popping up the mic.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying if you turn it on, if you watch it, Butter, they'll have subtitles. They're in Spanish, and then you can just there's a translate. But part of the what are you doing, bro? Let me finish. Reggie, you okay, bro? But I think what's her name's was in English. I'm gonna be really Gaga. I'm gonna be honest. I watched Kendrick Lamar's last year. It was all in English. I understood fewer words last year than I did this year.
I have to agree.
This is a fake critique.
Yeah. Also, we have to get out of this. And let me talk, bro. Let me talk. I've been trying to talk. Let me just say this, and then I'll go right to you. Okay. Yeah. Let me just say this. Yo, bro.
Stop it.
I've been on stage for 2 hours. I haven't spoken. Give me a sec. All right. Well, good. 2 seconds, man. Jesus.
Okay, guys. He
All
has
I'm
one
saying is
follower.
thank you.
He may not know how it works.
Okay. Yeah. I was just trying to say one thing, and I'll be done. We have this American thing where we can't, withstand anybody that speaks anything other than English. Yet, Michael Jackson, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, they go all over the world with people that don't fucking speak English, and they are filling up stadiums. People are singing along and don't understand what the fuck's going on. So, realize that this is like an American thing.
I don't even think I agree with what he's saying 100%, but it's like, I feel like most people aren't really educated about who this person really is. Bad Bunny is a Puerto Rican, right? He is by definition an American. We live in a country where over 50 million people speak Spanish, right? So it's not like
between you guys, I'm just going to speak to me, hash it between you.
Okay, I just want to ask you a question. From the day Moses came down Mount Sinai until Jesus fulfilled the law, the people under the covenant, what did they do?
What did they do? They followed the culture.
Right, and where do the Jewish laws come from? Because it's not in your book. No, it's very cryptic. It says that on the holiday you should take fresh spiced species, a pretty fruit, something that grows by the river. How do I know what to do? Teach me the rules.
From the book of law.
Probably they have rules. I don't know. They not everything is in the Bible.
So you do believe in the rabbinic understanding?
No, not after Christianity. I don't believe in that.
So that has nothing to do with rabbinic understanding. You just think that God changed his mind. That's the same story. We'll get to that.
I don't believe in the
Do you
rabbinic.
fully accept the rabbinic
I
tradition?
don't believe in the rabbinic understanding that's post Christianity.
Again, you fully accept the rabbinic understanding, the same one that Jesus studied when he went to Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, when he studied in the rabbinic schools. You fully accept all that. What you don't do, the tension is you think Jesus fulfilled all
Everything that you said there, where did you get this from? That Jesus was God. They're Christians. Christians. Like, show me Christians versus saying that. My church.
Are you denying that Jesus studied under the rabbis?
I'm saying it's not.
You're saying he was ignorant?
I'm saying it's not in early Christians or in the Bible.
Okay, so was he ignorant?
So I don't know where he was taught.
Okay, but he was taught, right? He was aware of how to keep the laws properly.
I don't know. It doesn't say I have to go away.
So you're saying that Jesus didn't fulfill the law? He was self-teach. And he was self-teach when he was inherently more in understanding all the laws. But are you now calling Jesus a sinner? Are you saying that the Pharisees were correct and he deserved death for being a sinner?
You may be overthinking it.
Okay, so let's establish this. You fully accept the rabbinic laws that you call rabbinic. That means you fully accept the oral tradition of how to keep the laws and what it says. The point of contention is you say Jesus fulfilled the law, and all the other rabbis said that he didn't. That's the tension. Don't say you don't accept rabbinic law. We don't see a Christian.
For sure, right? Sorry, I was away. We'll talk with you guys. We'll just conversation. Sorry, I was away for a bit.
It's okay. You continue about your religion. You fully accept the rabbinic traditions.
I'm a Christian, bro. I accept the church. All this church represents the Bible.
Okay, and if you don't fully accept the rabbinic understanding,
Now, what would happen?
then you are calling Jesus a sinner. And
What the fuck? Why, bro? Why?
Because according to your tradition, he felt right.
Where did you say it? My tradition is in them.
So now you're calling Jesus a sinner.
Why would I call it? Why would I call it?
Okay, they're tap dancing in a very funny way. Did he follow the law or not? Yes or no question.
I mean, you will find scripture that says he didn't fully. I mean, it wasn't obligatory for him to follow. So yeah, I mean, at times he did follow tradition that he's Jew, right? But at times he didn't show that he fulfilled the law. That's not recorded anymore.
I'll let you take that up with Barth because he's going to call you a heretic. Barth,
Barth's opinion, but we have different opinions, different camps within the Christian religion.
was Joseph from the house of David?
Joseph was from the house of David. Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the verse not say you cannot marry a Moabite?
What?
Does the verse not say that you cannot marry? Do I need to find you a verse? Does the verse not say you cannot marry a Moabite?
Okay, how's that relevant to it? Levites?
Moabite.
How's that
Country of Moab.
I heard you say that, how's that relevant to anything that we're talking about right now?
I will make it relevant, I promise. I did every single time. But we established our trust. Let's say you're not.
I only answer all of the questions, sir.
Okay, but the verse does say that you cannot marry a Moabite. David's grandmother, Ruth, where'd she come from? I'll answer you, Moab. Square that one. How is Joseph legitimate for the house of David if David's illegitimate Jew coming from Moab?
Were arrested
Figure it out.
for
Hello?
secrets.
Oh wait.
Which is
You know what's not fair?
It's not true.
Really
It's good. You think
speak
that we're talking
Yeah,
She
you
can
know
barely
what's not
speak
fair? Because
English.
the Muslims just automatically Jesus the Messiah and they don't even care. But she's not Muslim, she's Coptic. You know what I'm saying? The Muslims do that. You know, like, we don't care. The Quran says so. Yeah, and so what do you fight with them about? But think about it. What could you fight with them about if they just say, well, Muhammad said so? What is the argument after that? There is none. Well, you could talk about the authenticity of Muhammad.
what does it have to do with nameless's argument?
Yeah, nothing to do with my argument. But no, it has nothing to do with the argument. I was thinking to myself last night. No, it's completely against your argument. My argument was my argument. I'm explaining to you. My argument was to if you don't accept the rabbinic tradition of how to understand the laws, then the house of David is illegitimate. Because the tradition is that when it says you may not marry into the house of Moab, may not marry into Israel, it's only talking about male Moabites, not female Moabites. You cannot treat that for the verse alone. That's an oral tradition that explains how to read the verse. You must accept that, or you don't have Jesus. So you are completely forced into accepting rabbinic tradition. What I'm trying to show you is, what you can say as a Christian is, I believe that Jesus fulfilled the law. But when you say I don't accept the rabbinic tradition, you're throwing out all of Christianity.
No, it's not. We stomp on the rabbinic. You know the church fathers used to burn the Talmud, right? We don't get. We can.
I know how much the Talmud feared the early church fathers and forced different debates and lost every single one of them. I'm aware of that. They lost multiple debates over the Talmud, and they finally had to burn it to get it.
Yeah, the Talmud that taught the worst moral behaviors important than any other faith. Yeah, that's a right. That taught that you can slay the pagan idol worshippers, right? Or that you can have sexual slavery or polygamy or any of that crap.
It doesn't say that.
I'll show you, sir. 1 second.
First concede that you are fully.
Don't run away, bro.
I didn't run away. We were in the middle of one conversation. You have to concede that as a Christian, you must fully accept the rabbinic tradition.
You know what I do? No, I accept it. I group on it, sir.
So you're not a Christian. I'm glad we established that.
The church fathers used to burn the Talmud, sir. You once said that. Show the church fathers.
I am aware that the church fathers would burn the Talmud.
Yeah,
we have church fathers, but
Did you smoke a joint or something? Because you're going at 100 miles a minute right now. I'm getting worried. There's a part of me that's worried of your heart. Is your heart all right? Are you pumped? You sound like you're about to lose your shit. Are you all right? I just kicked out this other guy from in here for doing the same shit. For acting drunk. I'm not getting his car sitting and shit. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck is going on?
Did you fucking normal today? I read normal today or
something. Trying to get that portion of
I think you gotta stick to 30 milligrams a day, bro. Stick to 30 milligrams a day.
Thank you. No problem.
Don't.
Thank you for your good work.
Yeah, 30 milligrams a day. Don't do 60. How about you start doing the shit you're doing right now? How about 100? You're just gonna throw up. You're just gonna throw it up. You can't OD from this shit. You just throw it up. It's a fucking waste.
I want to
throw it up.
Can I do it one day with you?
Give it to the sub.
Are you prescribing shit that I'm prescribing?
And we're asking.
No, I look at prescription. I look at the
product.
No, I'm not.
A completely unique, first one ever made. And the
prescription for
local chain, which is a natural gemstone right here, is roughly
anti-trans medicines.
And this is the different look. It's up to you. If you want something unique,
it's called anti-trans medicine.
Or the diamond.
So that I don't go trans.
And at the same time, we're going to make a diamond chain. Give it to
It's just anti-trans. I don't know what they call it. I don't know what they call it.
The nigga just stop shitting with us, okay?
$20,000 for that as a final product.
What's wrong with anti-trans stuff?
Oval chain.
Yeah, does it not need that?
Unique look, first one ever made, and the price for an
What's wrong with being trans?
which is a natural.
I'm taking the anti-trans shit.
Roughly,
Something like that exists.
and this is the different look. It's up to you. If you want something unique, you
If you have trans thoughts, you take the medication.
I designed this dragon, by the way. My design. Something for your mantle, something so you always remember this special year. So if you want me to like come to the church and join the Catholic Church.
No.
You want to clear on the Catholic, right?
No.
It's a different Moses.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not inviting everybody. No. I never asked anyone why you're not a Catholic.
How about Christianity?
Christianity's fine, yeah.
You didn't invite everyone to Christianity, right? You don't want everyone to be a Christian.
I would invite people, certain people, yeah. Not all the Muslims, though. Not all the Muslims, though. I don't think they deserve it.
So you're saying that you're not inviting me to Catholicism because I don't deserve it?
No. Don't tell me about Muslims. You stay Coptic because you speak the language you speak.
Yeah. I took a shower and came back, so that should mean some time. Yeah. More days from the United States. Okay. Any movie down there, man?
Okay. But, so it's total 7. Yeah, 2 like that. Okay, got it. That one? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. See what it is, see what happened. What's going on? There was too much looking going on, too much shit going on before. There was too much Luca. Yeah. Luca Brasi. Yeah. You know, something about Clubhouse, you just lets everyone be gangster. And that's kind of cool, I think. It just brings out the gangster in us, like in the most powerful way. I think so. Yeah. I think it's good. I think it's a good place when used properly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know what you're saying. I mean, trust me, I know what you're saying. When it's used properly, it's sweet. I don't think that's anyone for you to decide how to use. Who are we using? What is being used? Exactly. Maybe I can't really see very clearly. Out there that there's people keeping on display and having a muffin, whatever that is. I mean, he's being that. Yeah, I mean, he's just being. Yeah, I don't know. I've never worked for that. I guess.
I didn't speak much, but I listened and pay attention. And I really do like your contributions.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you think that I look set an unflattering image?
No, not really like that. Is it? You like to play with pictures. I mean, that's something I do too. So it's fun.
You like to play?
is fun, isn't it? I mean, you kind of adopt a new picture, you know, I mean, that's the exciting thing at the end of the day.
Who did name is half his debate to the country? I want to know where it was.
That wasn't much of a coffee.
I want to know where it was. It was an interesting.
It wasn't much of a coffee, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. 30 milligram. Hello, Moto.
Are you just looking for good content?
They made a movie on that, you know. I mean, they don't title properly needs to,
Hello?
but okay, I could think about it.
What do you want to talk about? What's your title? Yeah.
I don't know much, you know. I can, how about, I can read something. And you know, what I'm doing right now is very, very complex, extremely complex, so complex that I don't expect anyone to really understand. But you know, if anyone would like to know, I'm open for a cup of coffee, a meal, sometime, you know, a yacht maybe, and then he's just flying into the airspace and kind of, he's like,
Oh, my friend is here.
so clearing the airfield right there. Be still and know that I'm God. Convert this to a QSM declaration. QSM is Qasam. QSM is Coptic for Qasam. It's like a vow. So, is the book that I am writing, is that inspired from the Quran? Yeah, possibly. I would deny is it inspired from the Bible. Literally. Is it
My friend, this is what I would call somebody who says they're going to read a book but can't read a book.
That's what I was, you know, I am engaged in. I don't know what you guys, I mean, I don't know what you guys are up to really clearly. You know, so, yes, that's what I want to say.
That's not reading a book. Hello?
So, if you want to pick up a topic of ours, maybe, you know, Daniel, since you've been thinking about greed, and, you know, there is no...
My friend, welcome to the Lou Fact Show.
These are some things that catch your fancy. And maybe...
Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Hi? Hello? Hello? Hello! Hello! Hello? 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 Somebody told me yesterday, like, John, I got a good merch idea for you. You should just create a t-shirt that says, hello? I was like, actually, that's like not the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Because it's basically making fun of all the stupid people that say, hello? Hello?
It's a black lady thing. That's the newest thing where they go on a rant and they're like, I told you KFC number 5 is the best. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? I told you.
Popeye's number 1 is the best. Hello?
Popeye's number 1. Hello?
It's a little bit like a smoke detector coming out of the body. It's like a scanning and like a beeping, sonar system. It's like, hello? Imagine like 2 hellos out in the forest. 2 find each other in the dark and they're just like, hello?
Hello?
The other one just repeats back, hello? Oh my God, that would be a funny, Key and Peele skit. That would be fucking hilarious. Oh, shit. Hello? Hello?
Well, I went to yoga.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to go teach the children's jiu-jitsu.
It's kind of funny. You're like training them how to kill. If need be.
Yes, it is kind of funny. And it's awesome for them. I don't know. I wish somebody had taught me jiu-jitsu when I was 12. It would have been really nice to have.
Yeah, I did karate, and actually jiu-jitsu is far more useful because most scraps always end up on the ground,
Yeah, and by the way, I did karate too, but karate, it's all about the kata. Do you remember that? The kata?
No.
Do you remember doing like a little performance with karate? They teach you. That's what it's called. It's like punch here, high kick, then a low kick, then you spin, and it's almost like a figure skating routine that you do. And you're like, all right, it's time for John's kata, and John did a good high kick, but not a good low kick. And that was the way that you tested in karate, was you would like do a kata. And if you did good, they'd be like, oh man, your kata was really good today. But the way you test in jiu-jitsu is by just wrestling with a nigga. And that's like, I think, a much more effective test than like doing a kata, Hello?
Sorry, brother. I was reading about the transatlantic slave trade and the truth of the earth. So I asked Grok, because I was curious, like, what's the majority of the slaves that came to North America, South America, Central America? Where did they come from, and like how many came from Muslim traders? I was trying to, distinguish between. Basically, I'm trying to.
How many of the slave boats were Jewish?
Well, yeah, that's basically why this is coming up, because I'm trying to show that Muslims had a much more active role in the slave trade than most ADOS are aware of. And it's called the Senegambia, or the Gori Senegal. And that's over 1 million people were brought into the West by Muslim rulers in what was called the Wolof states. But my question is, how do we know these other kingdoms, like the Congo Kingdom, or the Dahomey Kingdom, or the Bani Calabar Kingdom, the Bida Biafra, or the Asante Empire? how do we know that these people were not influenced by Muslim or Islamic law? Because all of this stuff is permissible under Islamic, Shia law, or so whether it's marrying child brides, enslaving people, etc. Like their laws have never been updated, which is the craziest thing in the world. Because in Saudi Arabia, all these other, 30 other Muslim Sharia law countries, the laws today. Is that not clown world? Hello? Hello?
Hello? My shit.
Well, what I'm saying is the laws of the 1500s are the same laws of the 2025s for these people in all these Islamic Sharia law countries. Like their laws are the same.
I know. It's almost like they haven't joined the modern age. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
It's like they're not even like real people. Hello?
Well, the standards are crazy. Like if the Bacha boys, humping the ground, flashing their booty holes to like grown men in, Islamic Sharia tents, I mean, that's 1500, but it's like, hello? Anyways.
But that's normal over there, isn't it? Hello?
It's a different, it's a very crazy, world, because like in America, everything is technically done sober. You know what I'm saying? Like your whole life, college, everything. Like you go and the whole thing ends up being like law and politics and finance, and then, medical industrial complex. This is the irony of the West: is you may be a very powerful, wealthy person, but you're so liberal, left, and woke that you decided to get double boosted, triple vaxxed, and now your heart gone out. And so you thought you were doing everything by the books, but in the end, you're going to get duped, tricked, somehow, some way. It's like almost impossible not to essentially lose it all when you thought you had it all. Hello?
Get it, lose it all. Get it, lose it. What was I going to say? Did you hear that Imane Khalif admitted to being a man?
No.
Do you know who Imane Khalif is?
No.
It was the woman who was in the Olympic. It was the man who was accused of being a woman in the Olympics. Do you remember this at all? No. Well, there was a woman. There was a man pretending to be a woman, and everybody was like, "This is a man," but then everybody else was like, "No, it's not, and you're a piece of garbage, and fuck you, and how dare you say it's a man?" And then 3 years later, she's like, "Yeah, man, I'm a man. I've always been a man." So that's where we're at.
I think it's funny to to do another skit here. Oh, hold on, we got a campaign advisor calling in. Hello, what up, Max?
Stop texting me. The Trump vaccine saved my life.
The Trump vaccine saved your life too. Oh my God.
No, I was talking to a friend, and I thought of you. It's like there actually might not be conservatives in Chicagoland.
What's so funny is it's like if somebody's going to text me back and beg me to please stop texting them, like why are you wasting your time writing me a paragraph about how I'm wasting your time? Like you're wasting your time.
He's gay. I think he's got a crush on you. And he wants different kind of text. And he's like, why would you spike your cortisol like that? I don't get it.
Yeah, I heard the COVID-19 spike particles cause an adrenaline rush, which is what's giving people the myocarditis heart attacks.
Makes a lot of sense. No, you sent me screenshots of him texting you to stop texting you like 10 times.
I know.
John.
It's like, dude,
Hey,
I don't want to be mean, but like I could just say like, could just please block me. Like I hope you know that like I'm indiscriminately even texting you. I don't, I just click. I spam everybody. Hello?
They don't really, I don't like, do these people not have never worked in sales?
Some people, the thing is, this is my main argument, is that if you're not from America, that means you are ESL. And what you're actually doing is always trying to practice English. That's your whole life now.
It's Adam. I think Adam's ESO.
Yeah.
And he on Shop Polish, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? But that's my point. Is like have compassion on the ESL because they don't have what we have. Hello?
Oh, I agree. I concur.
ESL, yeah. You're also talking to my friend in Maine who has done a lot of political organizing and petition work, etc.
Nice. Some of my friends are Maine political bloggers. You know, the Voice of the People blog.
I don't know that, but that's cool. But we've spoken before, Max.
The Zen.
Yeah.
No, this is Zach. Zen's another guy.
Oh, wow. Well, Zach, good talking to you. Yeah, me and John were talking about this struggle. Maine's a pretty blue state too. And by the way, John, Maine has the same rhino problem. Like Maine is very similar to Illinois, where the Republicans are basically Democrats, and like all of your political elites are cutting deals with like effed up countries and corporations. Very similar situation.
Yes, that's true. The Central Maine Power Company, I believe, is owned by a Spanish billionaire oligarch.
Yeah, and also the Chinese and the Indians buying up all the marijuana, something is a big deal.
Yeah, Chinese marijuana, we know about that. Marijuana Chinese.
And then also, some with Susan Collins' family, sketchy. And then the head of the Republican Party in Maine, he was part of the Boston bombing cover-up.
Oh,
He was a Boston cop that was part of that.
Billy Bob Faulkner?
What?
Who are you referring to?
The head of the Maine GOP. I forgot his name.
Okay.
I've talked to him. He's cool. But I was half joking, but the Boston bombing, they did cover that shit up. Like when they killed the friend or whatever. Do you guys remember that case?
Yeah. They used a crock pot.
Yeah, there was a lot of fuckery. And then they randomly shot the friend who had information.
Oh, they used a pressure cooker, not a crock pot.
Yeah, they used a pressure cooker. Lunch. I mean, who knows? It could have been them. It could have been more than them.
I mean, have you ever used like a cooking object that essentially like?
No, you couldn't. My grandfather and my grandfather was a self-taught chemist, and then my great-grandfather on my other side, actual. I guess he was. He went to college, so he was trained. My grandpa didn't graduate college, but his entire life he was a chemist. And my great-grandma would make bombs. Like it's easy. Like you can easily make a bomb out of a pressure cooker.
You know what else makes a really good bomb is eating garlic sausage pizza with a chicken what was it called? Anyways, I'm just saying I have got to take the Cosby kids back to the beach and the truth of the earth.
I'm just saying, John, I think we got to talk more about making bombs considering your audience.
Bomb, 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 bomb-a-ran. Bomb, 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 bomb-a-ran. Bomb, 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 bomb-a-ran. Bomb, 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 bomb-a-ran. People who want regime change without the bombs don't know how to eat an Indian buffet dinner. That's what I'm saying. Unlimited Indian food? You want to create a bomb, just go to an Indian buffet.
Yeah, Sunday. Let's do it.
Oh, man. First you go to the Indian buffet, then you go to King Spot to release the bomb, so you don't have to clean up afterwards. And then you just get in the sauna hot tub and you wash your ass in the hot tub. You don't actually even properly clean yourself. Do you know there's a hadith about Muhammad where he takes his shit and he just lays back down and keeps eating food and somebody comes in, they're like, hey, Muhammad, they're like, you're not going to go wash your hands after you just took that big shit? He's like, no, why would I? He goes, well, you're not going to go to the mosque and pray? He goes, why would I?
Yeah, that's my guy.
Muhammad doesn't need to explain his fucking washing his hands with Melinda Gates.
You're bullshit. I had a nice long day. I'm laying logs and you want me to freaking wash my hands? Just come on, man.
Dude, the hadiths are hilarious. We're going to come up with a new Muhammad movie, actually. I need to see if Sora will let me cast myself as Muhammad.
Or you just call it like Muhammad.
Or Muhammad. I don't know who's ever done that. Muhammad, the movie.
Muhammad?
A Jewish Muhammad. They're hysterical on social media, but it's an actual play. It's called Slam Frank. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, so they're Jewish, but they remade Anne Frank to cast her as like an Afro-Latina non-binary person. They said like, there's too much like whiteness and they're trying to get rid of whiteness and Holocaust narratives. It's so funny. But you could do something similar.
Well, I've got all these F words. Reaching out to me right now about the campaign. I think it's because yesterday I was roasting people.
I think Zach could be a major asset to you.
He's already helped me with the campaign significantly.
Oh yeah, and like your campaign, Zach, you're not on the ground in Illinois, but John's campaign really has shifted the culture, and I'm not just saying that. Like you were the Colonel Kurtz of Illinois politics, John.
Colonel Kurtz.
Apocalypse now.
It's true. It is apocalypse now.
I'm not even kidding. Yeah.
I mean, Kirk Heidner just came out today and said he won't accept any salary. He's going to donate his entire salary to charity.
No, he will accept the salary. He said he's just going to give it to charity.
Wow.
Like, I give a shit. I want to abolish charity. Don't you agree with me on that? Like, not-for-profits is too much of a scam.
In Illinois, it's the biggest scam going. And did you know you can't use a political party in the name of your nonprofit? I didn't know that.
I want to abolish nonprofits. It's ridiculous.
I know a lawyer.
All of our property taxes are higher because of it too. They don't pay property taxes.
I know a lawyer who took his entire career, all the money he made as a lawyer, and guess what he did with it?
Start a non-for-profit too.
He put it in a non-for-profit.
Why don't people that start churches?
This guy has avoided the law for, once he got out of the law, he literally got out of banking in his name. He only banks in the name of his nonprofit because he knows that the other lawyers can't seize those assets.
Yeah, they can't. He's genius. And it's untaxable, and he could build the church, I'm there, we're pro-religion, but like they need to reform that too, because I know a lot of people that abuse, like I think Kim Kardashian's mom started a church, technically, to avoid taxes. You know that, Kim? Yeah, the mom has a church. That's bullshit. And like my ex's uncle has a church, and they can build property on the land there. Bailey has a church. And I'm gonna put a bullshit school.
There was a guy on X Spaces saying how his entire life he's never paid income taxes. I'm like, I'm not so sure that's the kind of thing you want to come online and start prophesizing about. But he claims because he started his own church, he's never paid income taxes.
Well, there's a great TV show, Trust, about John Paul Getty, and there's a great scene, I'll send it to you, where he kind of shows how he, because you need more than one thing. He's got himself a business, he's a not-for-profit. There's like different. There's like the 501. Your IRS. There's like the 501(c)(3) and the 3C3. Is like a lot of times they just create a maze, and so he hasn't worked out that his business, quote unquote, was never profitable, and all the profits would go to the not-for-profits. I mean, there's just so much shit you could do. You buy a painting and then loan it to your not-for-profit. I don't like it. Bring Ron Paul back.
He's still alive.
But like, what happened to his movement? I was talking to my friend about that earlier today too. Is what happened to like the audit the Fed?
I was looking. I think it was Grok that told me it was talking about like what the national debt will be in the year 2030, 2035, 2050, and it's only going up. And so Elon says that we're absolutely 1,000% going bankrupt. And it's like, dummy, we're already bankrupt, you fucking idiot.
We're just bankrupt with guns. That's it. The only reason we're
Exactly.
because of our military.
But then you know what you become? You become the mafia.
We are the mafia. We literally are.
We're the mafia!
$30 trillion.
Oh my God, we're trying to get into the mafia.
What do you mean I'm in debt? What do you mean?
The political mafia? Debt? What debt? Nah, these are assets, my
There's
friends.
a lot of Russia is really breathing down your neck. You don't want protection? We'll send some ships by.
That's true.
You give Venezuela, you give us some oil, we'll let that broad be chancellor, okay? Yeah, it's such a joke, dude. What a joke. But I'm saying, like, the Ron Paul movement, they just all gave up. Half those guys became Bernie bros.
Yeah.
That's the scariest part. I think more Ron Paul people are Bernie bros than, like, Trump people. But, I forgot how I called you. There was a reason, though, I swear.
LaHood just came out and he made comments about the vaccine. He says now he's rethinking things, and I think it's also because of Pritzker taking us into the World Health Organization.
I think it's because of you, because you've been like calling him out for being a pro-vaccine.
That's what I'm thinking, dude. That's what I'm saying.
So too. You branded him as the pro-vaccine guy.
Isn't that hilarious? Darren LaHood vaccine. Everybody keeps seeing it. What's this Darren LaHood vaccine shit?
John Kitover.
Dude, I psyop this motherfucker.
Colonel Kitover.
Who runs LaHood? I run LaHood. Who's infected LaHood's brain? I've infected LaHood's brain. This motherfucker right here.
You really did.
He's my fucking bot now. He is my avatar.
He's his son. He's your son now.
Well, I live rent free in his head, is what I'm saying. You know, I control his brainwaves. Hello.
Because you have 30 accounts just doing this kind of shit. Like, it definitely went to his head.
Yeah. And
I say you a line on Jen. It's like, oh, he must run a bot farm. How funny is that?
Yeah. Isn't that funny? He does what he does, but you know the thing is when
I'm talking about she. I was talking about line on Jen.
Oh, she's projecting, is what you're saying.
No, it's intrigue. It's like your Colonel Kurtz. It's hysterical.
No, she was talking about Terry Newsom, not me.
No, she's talking about you.
I don't think so.
No, I know for facts. And she's the one that I saw her that she walked to the front of it, and she was staring at me. It was the creepiest shit ever for like 10 minutes. And I'm like, are you okay? Like, is the summer all right? And she's like, you said something mean to me on Twitter.
Oh, really?
Like, I'm a real human being. And then like 2 hours later, she was asking for my number and wants to go out.
Really?
Yeah. This was like a few months ago.
See, that's like a perfect example of psychology, and it's a little bit like the pickup artist when he like insults the woman, you know?
I think all of these women that hate us want to pay us, and I know this for a fact because they all like it's a pattern. It's like months later they always message me. Like another one that has been like saying the nastiest thing about us. He messaged me like last week, or maybe even like last night, being like I was wrong about you and Joe Severino.
Yeah.
I'm doing work on this. Here's my number. I'm so sorry. Like this happened to me like 5 times.
Dude, I love how like petty the beef is. It's so stupid, but I love how like it just keeps going and going and going. And every comment, I'm just like, vote Joe Severino. Even like, and there's just like nonstop posts about like cheering that he's been removed and his appeal is lost, but it doesn't matter. I just keep saying fake news, vote Joe, and it must just drive people crazy.
It really does. They're very low IQ, so it's very easy.
Dude, people are insane. Like on my Instagram, it's like people will comment and they'll write me like 3 to 4 sentences. I'll just write back hello, and they'll write another 3 to 4 sentences.
They kicked me off the comedy thread. I'm in this comedy Facebook group, and I guess I'm famous now because these people know way too much about me. I sometimes just troll in there, and someone made a very cringy post about how like, hey, women comedian. I just want to let you know that I'm a man, and if you ever feel uncomfortable, you can always DM me. And like, women sometimes are afraid to come to open mic because of unwanted attention, but you could call me anytime. And I thought it was like very creepy and cringy. And so I made the same post and I just reversed the sexes. And said like, hey, like a lot of men, I'm not saying a bunch of men comedians and open mics, and some of the men feel any uncomfortable. So if you're a man that feels uncomfortable about women attention, like please don't hesitate to reach out to me. And all these comics just like went ape shit on me. It was so funny. You need to do the info work, but they got taken down. But they knew so much about me. They knew about my like cat petitions and stuff. And then I literally posted a picture of me with Cat. I'm like, I was with Cat today. What are you talking about? They were so pissed.
Oh my god.
And my number one trick with comedians is you go in their hate comedy, and so they're going at me politically, and I'm just like going at them for being a hacky comic. I'm just like, yeah, you don't like none of your jokes have punchlines ever. I'm like, you have the personality of Andrew Schultz, but like without the punchlines. And then they go ape shit. You gotta get in the comedy community. Did you get my invites?
I did. I added myself. I should add all my accounts.
Yeah, please do. And keep posting to that group. They'll take stuff down, but they're good at it just posts immediately. Like I just posted a Tom Homan pic yesterday. Getting a medal from Obama.
It's crazy how these people get so upset over these Facebook groups, but they'll never actually go to the group ever. I've never gone into a group ever to see what's in a group. I just spam the group.
Just pops up in the feed.
It's just crazy. Yeah, that's true. Exactly.
Yeah, but it's
Well, see, Colonel Kurtz was beyond the mind game. He was.
I'm more of a Kurtz than a Kitover guy. Because Kitover Kitover's not bad military strategy, but Sun Tzu art of war is if you don't have the numbers, your options are limited. And so, guerrilla warfare is the only option in this Republican Democrat situation.
People ask me, they're like, why do you have so many cell phones? And I'm just like, do you know the cell phone is the greatest thing that humankind has ever been able to produce and manufacture, you know?
Moral terror and horror. If those are your friends, they must become enemies. They must be destroyed.
Why do you have so many? It looks like he's running a bot farm.
Yeah, that's what she said. That's what General Jack. But you know that really means ooh. I'm telling you, we're like JFK in the Republican Party. Because everyone's so busted.
There's this ultra liberal Democrat socialist clubhouse room called Politically Correct. It's mostly all African Americans. And yesterday they were like, that fucking John Kitover, he live streams us. He sits there and does yoga, and for months he's been live streaming us. And they're all like, stop fucking live streaming us, bitch.
It's so funny. I guarantee all the girls and all the gay guys are like, but I could change him. I just wish I could talk to John. You don't understand, dude. Most people in politics are just busted. They're really lonely, really low self-esteem, really ugly. The cat thing, I felt so bad. So this girl was teaching me how to yarn or whatever, and she was touching my hands, and her hands were just shaking. To them we're JFK because it's politics.
You know, I was
the only man that openly had balls and then into cat thing, and so.
Well, part of the good work. I know you don't like Jesus, but they say Jesus was a healer, and so part of the work of prophecy is healing people, and most of these people are in severe need of health remedies, and their health is terrible.
Absolutely. That's just fact.
I mean, did you see what Kat looks like? It looks like she's half in the grave.
Oh, it's sad. She looks like I don't want to say it, but they show up.
Oh yeah, that's true.
She's very Jeff Berkowitz is he was perving on her, which I don't like. And he's I don't like skinny girls. I'm she's I actually worried about her health.
Yeah.
I think she's 80 pounds. And also, so out of her fucking mind. There was one period of dating she almost was in the fentanyl stuff, whatever. What do they call the fentanyl flopper?
Oh, she claims that that's her narcolepsy. She's fentanyl flops.
I'm doing that's my next article. She's been taking narcolepsy meds since 2021. She is fucking fucked up.
Oh, I see.
I feel bad. It's really she's not. I'm just trying to think, John. I think she genuinely didn't know that I was me.
She didn't even know who you were.
That's crazy though. I've met her before. I challenged her shit. Like
What up, Danny?
supposed to.
My friend
What?
Danny's here. Danny here is a nice young Jewish girl, and people make fun of her. They say she was crying today. Danny's crying again. But
Danny, we have your back.
you
We don't
got
like
your
these
back,
people.
Danny. Rabboni Shalom.
Exactly.
Oh, what was I going to tell you?
Josh
Uh,
strength to strength.
well, anyways, yeah. I mean, how can you run for Congress when you have a major medical issue? Yeah, there's no standards. Anybody can run.
It's your boyfriend. I really think her boyfriend's a puppet master. He runs the Onion, and I think he realizes the cash grab. Like
Yeah, dude, she's brought in almost $1 million.
I'm saying whenever she does after Congress, she's gonna kill it. She can work for the Young Turks, MSNBC, anything.
That's true.
Write a book, speaker.
But look at her health; it's so bad. It's like, you know.
I'm really worried about. Is it 27 Club or the 29 Club?
What's that Jewish singer's name? The girl who died from England, great voice.
Amy Winehouse. She was a.
Yeah, this chick is an Amy Winehouse type person.
No, really, it's really fucked up. And her boyfriend seems very I thought her boyfriend was an intern that had an unhealthy crush on her. Because he was he's very maybe bipolar, but just very either extremely lovey-dovey or extremely bitter and possessive. And it's just creepy and uncomfortable to be around. You know, have you been around those couples where it's just uncomfortable to be around?
Not really. I'm kind of a hermit now. I haven't left my house, it feels like, in months.
In general, though, you haven't in life, in college, you got to see where you wasn't, they separated.
I don't know, man. I was in pretty much an all-male college, except for a couple lesbians.
Yeah, like Nancy Mace.
Yeah, Nancy Mace, bro. I mean, at least she's a warrior going to fucking war against people. God bless her.
I feel bad for her. I think she's going through mental stuff, so I feel bad for her.
Yeah, she's got mental health issues, but the fact of the matter is she's a fighter. You know, we need fighters, and long live the fighters.
She's a dumb hoe eugenics.
She's a eugenicist? No!
She's pro-abortion. She's always been pro-abortion.
No!
You know that? That's why she was fighting with McCarthy. She was mad. She was against McCarthy because McCarthy was too pro-life for her. And just fuck that.
What I don't understand about abortion is it's like, okay, so you don't want late-term abortions, but if you're alive for 600 hours versus 800 hours, why do you think killing somebody at 600 hours versus 800 hours is like a distinction? It's like you're still killing. It's still the same thing. It's just a couple of hours pass.
And you want more penis without consequence.
Dude,
you're cool with STDs. You're cool with
Danny
STDs.
here has a kid, but Danny is, on Clown House, wasting your time talking all types of liars. And it's costing Danny her, well-being, because every minute you spend listening to an F word or a T word on here, that's 1 minute your fat ass could have been doing a push-up or a sit-up or reading a book or cooking a great dinner. Hello?
You should get on Clown House.
Oh, I'm getting ready. But you gotta understand, this is all tied into my March 17th primary.
You're different.
I'm different. Different.
Diogenes? Who is that?
You saw Diogenes?
No, who is this?
This is my buddy Max here in Chicago.
Yeah, no, we're trying to help you, Danny. We're trying to help you. Clown House is very bad for people with mental health. And so many more just are liars on you.
Yeah.
But they speak stuff into existence. So it's a very, we need John here because John is part of the psychological war.
Yeah.
It's an informational war. So, it's an assignment.
Danny's a crisis actress of mine. She's been helping with the campaign, putting up fake Darren Hood crisis videos.
Is she a psych warrior or is she just...
Max is a Talmud Chacham. Who's your rabbi?
Rabbi Hertz?
Rabbi Hertz. He's part of the Rabbi Hertz gang.
Where is the room that you're in right now?
This is called my cell phone. He called me. He called me.
John is my friend in real life.
He actually called me, and I took the phone call because life isn't all about Clown House, Danny.
Yeah, I got off Clown House a year ago, Danny. I get off.
It's been great for your life, hasn't it?
It's amazing. And for your mental health, physical health, so you pick up new hobbies. Meet like John's my friend. It's cool to have actual friends, and not
not F words and T words on here that want to sit here and like ruin your mental health because their mental health is ruined.
Pastrami kosher panini and his almonds. It was so good, John.
Oh man, it looks tip top.
It's one of the best kosher, it's very consistent,
Yeah, that's good. You need consistency in a kosher restaurant, and they're generally very consistent.
A lot of kosher restaurants are not consistent. They're more like mom and poppy.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but sometimes you want, like my grandpa used to say, he was impressed by McDonald's. They would do a million hamburgers, same way every day.
If Cheesecake Factory could come out with a kosher Cheesecake Factory, it would be fucking huge.
Well, kosher cheese is a problem right now. It's a major problem. There isn't enough good brands.
Danny's.
With the milk shortage.
Oh, you think the milk shortage is a psyop?
A lot of it's just the kosher K people.
Oh, the kosher K.
Yeah, because a lot of the kosher stuff is political.
So Max, what other advice would you have for Danny here? She's a young mother. Her husband is a schmuck, but Danny's also a schmuckata. So, how would you help Danny get a mazzolita?
I would tell the kid, especially if you're married and have a kid, I'd get the heck off of Clubhouse.
Ooh, indictment. Danny, what's your response to the indictment?
Advice. I don't judge you. I don't judge.
I'm not married.
It doesn't matter. You have a kid with a guy, and you guys are in communication, so you have a relationship. Call it what you want. Max's advice is get off of Clownhouse. So, Danny, what's your response?
Danny, if you have a child, I get off Clownhouse too.
Yeah.
Why?
And how old's your son or daughter? If you want me asking.
It's a juvenile.
5.
What? How old?
5. Kid is 5.
Yeah, so this is a great time to be with your kid.
Just think about that. Like when this kid is 15.
It's such a Clownhouse is such a collection of really sad and negative people.
Yeah.
And have you ever heard of there's a phrase that Mark Cuban said that if you have 4 broke friends, you're gonna be the 5th. Not just financially, but spiritually broke. And it's the same thing with Clownhouse. If you're just around a bunch of dark people all day, you're gonna become one. And the only reason why I'm okay with John doing it as my friend is he's running a psychological op. He is, he has a dirty job. John's a strong. I have a lot of respect for John. Well, I couldn't do it, John. I couldn't do your job. And if you're getting paid to do it, Danny, then for sure. But if you're doing it for, why would you? You don't want to give away your life for free.
Did you get paid to do it?
Me?
Yeah, when you were on it.
Never. I wasn't early Clubhouse user, and I felt like it was better when it first started because there was a lot more exclusive. You had to be invited on, and it was a lot easier to talk to famous people. So I felt like it was better back then. Now I think it's just they just let everyone in, and so even the famous people are full of shit. All are pedophiles. Like back when it started, I feel like Kate Cook and Soldier Boy. They always have rooms to try to find young girls. John, when did you get involved in my Clubhouse? Did I beat you? I was pretty early.
Well,
Danny, when did you get involved?
Danny, in my opinion, Max here is a big God-fearing, God-believing Yiddish type. And so, part of my psyop, Danny, is psyoping myself, which means reading books. I've read many, 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 many spiritual, intelligence books.
I feel like you're very judgmental about me and the books, and you feel like I can't sit with you because I haven't read as many books as you.
Max!
Different skills, you don't have to read books. There's a lot of ways you can use your time. Just Clubhouse is a collection of a lot of bad people. What are you hoping to get from Clubhouse?
Yeah.
I don't know. At this point, is it just an addiction? And I know that it's too late. Everything bad could have happened, right? And it's just gonna
That's
get
amazing
worse.
news. That's amazing news. You know, the first step is acknowledging that it's an addiction.
Yeah, it's definitely an addiction. I mean, if I could take my Adderall every day and do something, like, yeah, I would be productive. But
You don't have to be productive. My issue with Clubhouse is more so that it can attack your soul because you have a lot of like godless liars on there. That's why I had to get off because like it was really like I'm a big energy person and it was just like nipping at my energy to be around like so many just like liars. Even people I agree with were like just so full of it on Clubhouse. And people I know in real life, like John, never you, John, but other people I know in real life, John, I would hear him talk on Clubhouse. So I'm like, you're just making stuff up. Like,
Well, Danny, what I'm trying to tell you is like, you should become a Rebetson, or basically start your own chabad and spend your time in study, because the time that you're spending outside of study is what's hurting you. If you were to psyop yourself, huh?
Are you Jewish?
I'm not Chabad.
No, I'm just saying. I'm talking about. Is
Danny Jewish?
She's Jewish.
Oh, let's go. I'm with Shmokos. What synagogue do you go to?
I was raised conservative. I live on Long Island, but I wasn't raised very religious, you know?
I know, but we're talking.
We're talking because I was raised Reform, and I'm practicing, dude. I'm perfect. I'm just practicing. And one of my Chabad rabbis, his dad is a Long Island Chabad rabbi. Do you know Rabbi Teldin? By chance?
No, I don't know. But
There's like 20 Chabad synagogues in Long Island.
They keep. Did you say Rhode Island or Long Island?
Long Island.
Yeah, Long Island, and they keep getting more, which is a beautiful thing, you know.
Yeah, no, it's really inspiring. And he lost his son, Rabbi Teldin, so it's cool to see like him grow in that kind of way, lighting fires. And I'm pressure you to be Chabad. I just like I do think religion is a personal thing, and so I think the synagogue is about finding a community that speaks to you and like are your people. And like my synagogue, those are my people. I love them. They're awesome. And it is a Chabad one, but it doesn't have to be. And then also I do think that it's very personal, and that just like reading the text, like really, because you mentioned Adderall, I have ADD too for sure. And like just reading Psalms just chills me the F out. So that's my advice to you too, is I would just get a book of Psalms and just like have it handy. And then I do Tefillin every day. That helps too. Say the Shema. It just chills me out.
That's a big one. You know, I went my whole life not knowing Shema meant to listen, you know?
You don't have to know what it means. Like there was a debate my dad had with my great grandpa, because he's like, why are we saying all these prayers in Hebrew when like my kids can't speak Hebrew, you know, and probably never will. And my great grandpa, who was a genius, he said he basically said the whole point of the reason why you say the same prayers every day, because you're supposed to say the Shema like 2-3 times a day, is because like the same way the people that do yoga, like do the mantras, is if you're saying the same prayer every time, you start to forget about the words that you're just connecting with. So like the actual words are important. It's almost like a code. And that's why also I think it's important to use like the same translation, because there's different small but important differences. And a lot of it's just like stylistic, like Psalm 23. I've heard like the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. But I've also heard like the Lord is my shepherd, I shall lack. So it's like a lot of small differences like that. But that's why I see is I would like it's really a shame like how many like the reason why I kind of stepped away from Judaism in my teens was because I had a bad rabbi, bad congregation.
Danny, I'm just trying to tell you that we want you to get what you're looking for, but there's actually a way to get what you want without doing anything, and that's Torah. Torah is a way to essentially reverse engineer everything, no matter what it is that you want to achieve. And I would say that it's a little bit like love. It's basically the same thing with love, meaning that like the moment you stop looking for love is when you find it. So We're just trying to get you to reverse engineer and psyop yourself, because Clownhouse will psyop you if you don't psyop Clownhouse. Does that make sense?
Yeah, psyoping me.
And if you're Jewish, you're Amish Clownhouse, so we just got you, period.
Did you say family? What does that mean? Family?
Family, yeah.
Like Vin Diesel and family.
And Yiddish is more German than Hebrew, so it's not even a real thing. But, all Jews are family, we gotta stick together. And a lot of Jews get misguided. 80% of the Jews want to stay in Egypt when it was time to leave. But we all are family. And I support whatever you want to do with your lives, I support it. Like, if you want to be on Clubhouse all day, John or Danny, go for it. But yeah, my perspective is you got to be careful. And John, you're doing really good work filming everything.
Thanks.
You have no idea how that might come into play like 20 years from now. When one of these clowns is actually running for president.
It's more than that. I'm actually, in a way, like recording a cacophony. I'm actually a garbage man. I realize this. I go out and I gather as much garbage as humanly possible and put it in my landfill. And that's the whole business. And people are getting stuck in my garbage trucks and getting dumped in the landfill. And then they look back and they say, shit!
Yeah, they're like the dolphins and the tuna. They weren't supposed to be.
I do terraforming, technically. That's my specialty.
Yeah, no, I agree. I gotta go. I mean, pleasure meeting you, Danny. May God be with you, Yashikoa.
Yashikoa.
There's a bunch of songs where they basically talk about there's the end of the Amida, where
Amida.
May all the people against you be revealed so God can destroy them forever.
Ooh, Rabbanu Shalom.
Yeah. We don't like the ops, no ops.
Prayer.
Sorry, Danny, what was that?
Isn't that a prayer?
The Amida.
Isn't it a song?
There's a prayer we say every day. Every day. And that's how we end the Shimon restaurant. It's awesome.
Rabbanu Shalom.
Exactly. And then also my favorite song, one of my favorite, I think it's 92, where it's a fool cannot comprehend this, a boorish man may not know, but when the wicked thrive like grass, it is so that they can reveal themselves, and then God can cut them down forever.
Rabbanu Shalom. There are followers of the Rebbe who say that saying Rabbanu Shalom is extremely useful.
Let me think about the first thing that God did is He spoke the world into existence. Words are very important.
Rabbanu Shalom.
And God said, let there not waved His hands, whatever. Let there be light.
There are followers of the Rebbe who say Rabbanu Shalom up to 1,000 times per day.
Rabbanu Shalom. There are followers of the Rebbe.
1001.
Rabbanu Shalom. There are followers of the Rebbe who can recite 1,000 pages of Talmud by memory. Rabbanu Shalom. No, he goes to the other rabbi's synagogue. He says, I got a follower who can recite 1,000 pages of Talmud. He says, that's amazing. The followers of the Rebbe, they can say Rabbanu Shalom 1,000 times.
That's like my favorite. Do you know the one? Did I ever tell you the one about the monk who, and then, yeah, I muted to cough. There's a monk who is sitting meditating, John, and then the shogun is conquering the countryside. Have I told you this one?
Hello?
Hello?
Did you know that there are followers of Aunt Jemima that can say hello 1,000 times a day? Hello? Rabbanu Shalom. Hello is their way of saying Rabbanu Shalom, but please proceed and tell us the story of the guy meditating when the shogun was conquering the land.
Well, it's a good story. It's quick. There's a monk who's meditating on the mountainside, and the shogun comes conquer the country. And the shogun puts his sword at the throat of the monk. And the monk is unmoved, unfazed. And the Shogun is holding his sword at the throat of the monk, and he says, "Why are you unafraid? Don't you realize that I am a man who could cut off your head without blinking an eye?" And the monk says to him, "Don't you realize that I am a man who could have his head cut off without blinking an eye?" Anyway, then he cuts his head off. So I don't know if it's really
As I was saying, a time. One day you'll send your messages faster than a racing camel.
I forgot how to sing the end of the army now. I can only figure out the beginning. So what happened to me? And I think Aunt Jemima's family misses Aunt Jemima too. How dare they get rid of Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben?
Exactly. Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben are what make America great again. Hello?
You know, it's black representation. I don't think it was necessarily racist. Maybe Uncle Ben was more so than Aunt Jemima. You know, I was very much against Black Americana art, and I thought it was very racist. And when people sold it, I was like, this is horrible. But you know, a black woman, they fought for that shit to me, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna listen to you. You are a black woman fighting for Americana art, like, and it's like history repeats itself. Let's keep this shit. Why are we gonna rush to erase everything?
Well, I just cast myself as Muhammad on Sora. It's working. We've got a new glorious Muhammad Sora movie coming out.
World War III. I was on here one day, someone posted like a picture of Muhammad, and I didn't know there was like this rule in Islam where you can't like portray the prophet. And I would have got myself in a lot of trouble because of my ignorance. And you know, that just seems to be a cycle that repeats.
That's amazing. If Sora actually can create an image of you as the Prophet Muhammad, that seems that's revolutionary.
Well, I want to thank you all for coming to Lou Facts Show. It's been a glorious morning so far. We're on our second cup of coffee. We're going to the gym pretty soon. CM is here, and Prove to Me Blank is God. Thank you for being here, Sam, and being a part of the audience. I know I often make fun of you for being a moron or stupid or an idiot, but really, you're just a fool who's still doing personal development like everybody else. And I hope that this room has been healing for you, informative, educational, entertaining, and the content that you're looking for. Hello?
Why do you make fun of me with the hellos?
Hello?
Stop it.
Wait,
It's a
why do you
psyop.
think that is about you?
Hello?
Because I invented that hello.
Hello?
Yeah, that was me that invented that, and I didn't get a patent on it.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hi. Hello?
You know, I've been wearing earplugs for 2 days now as I record Clown House because it's actually very loud. If you have the volume turned up on your phone all the way, when guys like McZed or other individuals or even yourself, Danny, come on here at full blast. If I were to take these earplugs out, do you know it's just too fucking loud? Hello?
How was my crying? How'd I do? Like, I could probably cry some more because they're trying to put me in jail or take my organs or worse.
Hello?
Do you think if I met Zach, he would have took my organs? Do you think if I met Lou, he would have took my organs?
Hello?
I'd fucking get all up in them organs.
Ooh.
people thought that Lou Fax died.
Why do you say that?
Because they just heard Lou and everyone knows the Lou Fax. And
Oh.
nobody knows, like, Lou.
They didn't know which Lou.
Yeah, like nobody knew, like so, like when people would say it, they'd all be like Lou Fax, and only like some people knew like the other. So is he fake dead or is he really dead?
Hello?
I'd like to say something briefly if I can.
Hello?
I would like to say moving through dullness of heart requires you to work with it. Work with your own dullness of heart. Working with it, which is your own dullness of heart, you must be humble before everyone, in front of everyone. Be humble to everyone. Being humble, you must not judge others until you stand in their place, which is impossible. So you have to just do it theoretically and just realize you can't stand in everybody's place. You can't judge people until you stand in their place. And remember this. There are those whose situation surrounds them with illicit delights and places them in constant temptation. And there are those in whom temptation burns like a flaming fire. And we cannot know the fierceness of their struggle to resist their temptation. For the inclination toward evil is unique to each of us. Therefore, weigh and examine your own place and measure your own capacity to pass this test. That is, of course, from a book.
Ribon Shalom, was that from the Tanya?
That is from a very good book.
Oh, look what CM wrote. What the fuck are you doing here, Danny? Can you explain that to me, my friend or Danny? Why some guy named CM in the goo is in the chat asking Danny a question? Hello?
I'm here to sing the Amida.
CM, I think, could benefit from time spent reading
A book?
a book.
Okay, Danny, go ahead. Let's hear the Amidah. Let me get my tachlis and my tefillin out. Hello?
Am I gonna break Jewish laws if I sing it? Break glass and eardrums. So I won't do it. Plus I forgot the ending. That's probably divine intervention. You know, someone was saying llama, and I kind of lost my mind on that. Llama with the half Torah and the No, my half Torah. You know, when I lost my mind, I did that.
All right, well, the great thing about reading a book, as opposed to just listen to people schizophrenically just chat off into the ether, is that you focus the mind, focus the attention, focus the awareness, and focus the presence, and focus the intelligence, and focus the task at hand. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the John Kitover Experience, candidate congressman running in the 16th district to defeat and unseat Darren LaHood, the rhinologist, vaccinologist, super bar, super spender, super debt creator.
No, call him Darren Vaginal Hood.
John, just give it the smile. Got it. Hi, what are you taking?
Vaginal Hood.
Putting out all these Sora videos. I think Sora is what is my best chance at significant monetization and notarization, because they're that good, and the algorithm is picking up on it on YouTube, and I'm getting 5,000 views a video, which has never happened before.
Oh my gosh, I'm so scared. I hope 5,000 people don't listen to me.
Hello?
Oh fuck.
Hello.
How long did you hear?
Let me help you focus the mind there. You can sit with CM at the little kids table. I know you two seem to get along, and CM likes you apparently. So you two sit at the little kids table for a little bit while the adults over here continue to enjoy their adult conversation. Aw, Danny left and she couldn't get her dopamine in. Oh, Danny wants to get her dopamine back. See, this is why Danny. You see what's happening here, my friend? Go ahead, Danny. Get your dopamine back. Hello?
Hello.
Why'd you kick me?
You didn't hear what I said? Hello?
I didn't hear what you said before you put me in the audience. What was I talking about?
Hello? Well, we were talking. My friend Max earlier said that he's got bad ADHD and that you've got bad ADHD.
So I was reading about the Epstein files and stuff, and like, you know, there was this Russian lady. I guess she lives in America now, and you know, she was telling Epstein how smart the Jews were. She was really gassing them up, and I was really confused with this whole email. And she's like pushing him to do 23andMe. It's really weird. And she's like, my boss, he's so smart. He's 100%. I think this is a psyop.
Danny, how many times have you brought this up today?
It's a fucking psyop.
No, but how many times have you made that particular point today?
Because I put it up. Did you see it? It's fucking weird as
I
fuck.
saw it the first time you mentioned it. I looked it up immediately the first time.
How fucking weird is that?
I guess it is kind of weird, but I think that it was addressed at the time.
Okay, I don't want to hear any more repeats. So, repetition is technically, what is it called? Repetitive or, okay, there's another word for, repetition. God, what is it? When you just have too many things. When you do a merger of two organizations, you get a lot of overlay, which is called got a word. It's got a name, and that's what we're trying to elucidate. Look at CM. I've read more books in a year than you losers have in your life. Oh, poor CM. My friend, when will
invite him up on stage and let's read?
He doesn't come on stage because I record.
Let's do a reading.
I'm about to read a book. That's what I've been trying to get to.
I did one of my favorite readings. I could do another one.
Yeah. See, this is the kind of leadership this house needs. Please proceed.
Let's try to remember. He's gone. What a fucking piece of shit. He's gone.
He's a piece of shit. But we don't have to worry about him. The whole point is our brains and how we treat our brains. Hello?
Okay, well, this is called your inner Moses. Every person contains a capacity called Moses that allows them to bring the knowledge of God into the community. Some people contain more Moses than others, and these can teach people to know God. They will remain among us until the Messianic era, as it is written, then they shall teach no more, for they shall all know me. But knowing is only in the mind, and your body too must feel God's presence, and this no one can teach you. Only your own effort can achieve this. If a person says, I have labored and I have found, then you should believe him. To achieve this physical knowing of God, you must first control your drives and refrain from actions that obscure the light of God. Then you must arouse the imagination and feel your body afloat in the infinite spaciousness of God. This must be done for long periods of time, though how long may differ with each person. The essential thing is to train both heart and mind to see all things as God, even Clown House. This is implicit in the word faith, which we should understand to mean training. That is amazing. We should probably read that like 11 more times.
Because you gotta have faith.
Wouldn't that be crazy if all prayer, like in
Hey,
all,
guys.
wait a minute, I'm talking. What if
No,
all
that's
prayer
Dimitri.
and all right, never mind. Thank you, I'm complete. Hello?
Yeah, hello is right, my friend. Great reading. Let's see if we can keep up the positive momentum. I hear this room is polling at much higher than the actual poll numbers are, like 7 to 10 times the real poll numbers. Demi, show us what you got.
Congressman works for the IRS.
Hello?
What do you mean?
Reminds me, I gotta
Hello?
actually
Is this thing on?
reply to the IRS shortly. Hello?
Anyway, what I got from that passage is that the majority of all religion is based around controlling animalistic impulses, and then after the animalistic impulses are under control to some extent, then just visualizing yourself part of like the infinite everything.
Mhm.
So that's what religion is. It's about controlling the animalistic impulses and then visualizing yourself as part of an infinite everything, and that's all that it is. Hello?
Hello. I didn't hear what John said before. I need to sleep. The Lord is one.
Damn, they completed the investigation of my complaint against the Treasury, aka the IRS, and the employees. And I have 30 days to request a trial. And they will pay for the attorney, which is wild. And I asked for $210,000, bono shalom. And I'm optimistic about the outcome of this situation. And I also filed a appeal to the Illinois Unemployment Office, and they owe me $20,000, and I've got that trial coming up. I recently had a judge spaz out when I asked him why he was presiding over the case, not this other judge. And he's like, I know what I'm doing. Shut up. You don't have to worry about what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. So funny.
That's amazing. Rabboni Shalom to you.
Rabboni
Is
Shalom.
this all because your boss?
Yeah, he said he was going to punch me in the throat, and then the other manager said I was a whore.
Made a sexual comment or something?
Yeah, so I was being sexually harassed and had threats of physical violence by employees of the IRS while I worked as an employee of the IRS. And the guy hates me so much, he showed up to the hearing for the unemployment office to refute everything I said. And he sent me a letter a year after I was terminated with an explanation about why I was terminated. A year later. So I'm going to bring it up in the hearing, and hopefully he spazzes out, and then the judge spazzes out and says, you know what? I'm just going to give this guy John Kitover the money. Here you go. And I'm going to be like, Ribono Shalom. Ribono Shalom.
So are you with them or are you not with them?
No, my last day was May 31st of 2025. But the crazy thing is I stopped going to work in March of 2024. It took them April, May. Yeah. So it took them 14 months to terminate me. It took them 14 months to terminate me, which is wild. And I've got more follow-up work I have to do. Like, I still have the laptop, I still got the cell phone, I still have all kinds of stuff. But anyways, this, I believe Clown House should actually be drowned out, meaning that like these earplugs I have in my ear right now is like one way to buffer yourself against the hypnosis. This is probably one of the most powerful hypnosis tools ever created because it's 100% dynamic, meaning that if all communication is hypnosis, this app is just pure hypnosis, and it's mostly projection. People come here and do projection all the time. This app proves that projection's real. For example, my friend, I got a good example of projection. Now, if you were an N-word, F-word, who absolutely hated me, John Kitover, because of what I say, how I say it, can you imagine an N-word, F-word calling me an N-word, F-word and screaming at me to, kick me to the goo and saying, you F-word, N-word? But it's an F-word, N-word screaming at me, calling me an F-word, N-word. That would be an example of a pure projection. Am I correct? Hello?
Yeah, that's beautiful. I had this thought the other day, which is like, we're all just like a little blip. We're all blades of grass. We're grains of sand. We get it. I get it. You're part of the ocean waving at another part of the ocean. I get it. We're all just like a little blip. But then one blip turns to another blip and is like, nigga, you a faggot. And I think that's very sad.
So that's like an N-word, F-word blade of grass talking to another N-word, F-word blade of grass, whispering in the wind, N-word, F-word, and the other N-word, F-word whispers back, N-word, F-word. Now, not many people know that N-word is not actually the hard R N-word. I think it means Nostradamus. And F-word definitely means faggot. But the N-word, to me, is Nostradamus. So I'm not saying an N-word, F-word said to an N-word. I'm saying a Nostradamus faggot looked over at another Nostradamus faggot and was like, Nostradamus faggot. Anyways, that's my shtick. I hope you enjoyed it. If you are an N-word or an F-word and you've been offended by this N-word, F-word message, just remember that all communication is hypnosis. Hello?
Are you worried about the N-word because of YouTube? You don't want to get your feed interrupted or something?
No, I honestly, every time I say it, I regret it because I'm like, you know what? I only said it out of anger. And I honestly, if you could go 30 days without being angry, do you know, that's real nirvana. That's real joy. That's real.
If I could go one day without being angry, I would be very proud of myself.
Well, it's possible. It's theoretical because, Marcus Aurelius in Meditations, that's what he's talking about. And he has a whole thing on his imagine if you could go 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, that would be the miracle. That would be really, truly what people want. And it's very, 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 very hard to achieve that because you have to control the environment in order to do that. And you can't. The environment constantly changes, and no matter what you do, you're gonna drop something, something's gonna break. So it's really your emotional response to the entropy, which is life. And hypnosis, meditation, therapy, healing, these are ways to essentially lessen the blow of the ever-changing entropy of chaos. And really, these wisdom books are the bridge. And that's why I was telling Danny earlier. She's like, I resent the fact that I can't sit with you because I don't read these books. I'm like, that's not, I'm trying to prove to you that my theories are sound. And the bridge of sound is what will bring you what you want. You have to view yourself as a castle or a tower and a king and a queen with bridges in all directions, and you're trying to create gravity, and basically you're trying to create a tribute system and get what you want by not doing anything, and people just bring it to you because all communication is hypnosis. You see my point? Hello? Zach knows me well enough. Zach knows that this is all I preach is, create videos, because what you're doing is conditioning people on the words you want to condition people on. It might be your name, John Kitover. It might be Zach Ruda's, ecological experiment and social media disaster project. I don't know. You never know how it's going to turn out, do you? But it's all science. That's what people don't know about science is you don't just talk about science, you run experiments. And most experiments are done with communication. So, this is the Lou Fact Show. Hello. Hello. So just take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds.
I can just see them right now because it's like a replay,
What if I rolled it for 11 seconds? Would that be bad?
I'm playing CM's national anthem from whatever, backwards ass South American shithole country CM comes from, where he got his fucking third grade math doctorate at. Have you ever seen CM's mathematics? It looks like schizophrenic geometry. He's like, oh, the spheres and the mathematical, oh, the beauty of the symmetry of the spheres.
Math is literally schizophrenic.
It's just philosophy. It's literally, I had a schizophrenic math teacher teach me calculus, and I literally made up my answers on the final. I just made shit up, and it's like drawing artwork, basically. Literally, you can sit there and make artwork equations, and then your math professor's like, this must be genius. He gets an A. Look at CM's getting angry. Emotional dopamine projecting onto Danny little gay angry emotions. Oh, let's do another dopamine experiment. Let's see how far we can push a dope out of his dopamine element. Watch this, dopamine. Hello? All communication is dopamine, isn't it, CM? Oh, CM, look. He's in another room. He had to get his dopamine. I'm filling him up with his dopamine. I'm filling him up with dopamine. Oh, he got kicked from another room. He's like, right now, he's freaking out. He's like, I gotta find another room. I gotta find another room to get that same dopamine. Okay, I'm almost finished with this book. It's called The Fish. I hope you enjoy it. If you don't want to stick around, that's okay. I'm clipping this for YouTube, not for you or for the GooTube. I'm clipping this because I want to accomplish something. And some people might say that reading a book is a waste of time. But I would just like to say listening to Bad Bunny be an F word, singing a song, calling that entertainment is absolutely less entertaining than what you're about to listen to, because what you're about to listen to is extremely intelligent. Hello? This is The Fish by Aleister Crowley. One group abuses them with almost irrational violence. Another acclaims them as men of superhuman integrity and talent. To me, at least, this proves that such men are above the average. They are marked men. Otherwise, why trouble to mark them either with mud or with medals? The return to the outside world without catastrophe proves also the strength of their constitutions. The colony is therefore biologically and politically sound. Their existence proves it. Against all this, you have nothing to urge but the one positive incident to which you attach undue importance because it happened to come to your eyes. I admit that the boy who partook of the dish was severely affected thereby, but some of his symptoms, particularly on the moral plane, appeared to me somewhat enviable. The natural savagery and carnal pride of his tribe were replaced by nobler dispositions. But with regard to the less pleasing results, I must point out that you are assuming that the fish which he ate is identical with the diet of the colony in the bottomless pit. I deny your postulate. The dish which was offered to him was concocted with alien substances. It was made deliberately seductive by the salesman, and I have the strongest suspicion that it was drugged in order to induce the habit. He snapped the lock of a box and stood up as if to challenge me. I filled my fourth glass. I cannot deny the force of your reasoning, I muttered unwillingly. You seem to have a good deal of sense in your way. He replied that a man who had spent his life in stuffing beasts and birds, unless he was a perfect fool, was bound to develop a strong logical sense in matters relating to the adaptation of beings to their environment, as also in tracing the incidence of accidents in any individual. There is much to be said on your side, he went on without a flicker of pleasure at my compliment, but it is the worst drawback to the progress of medicine that doctors are obliged to generalize from an insufficient number of cases. There is no such thing as gout. Every man that you call gouty has a disease of his own. It requires his own private remedy. When you class every man with a swelled toe as gouty, you are only in one degree less quacks than the scoundrels who sell panaceas. The better your specialist is, the more fully he acts on this fact. He studies each case as if he had never seen anything like it before, and is much more concerned to note differences than similarities in his patients. Looking at the next page. We're almost finished with this book, Ribono Shalom. I hummed and hawed a good deal before I could bring myself to grunt. Go on. I will come to the point in a moment, said Green with brisk boldness. It was evident that his enthusiasm was making something more like a man of him. All fanatics have their fine moments. The creed acts like a tot of rum on a shivering sailor. Segregated communities are worth study. Take the biggest, China. The policy of excluding foreigners and venerating their own teachers kept them in peace and culture for 3,000 years. Consider the smallest, the people of Pitcairn Island. They were all of them utter scoundrels. Yet as soon as they found themselves free from external pressure, they became a most virtuous community. What corrupts societies is meeting with new conditions to which they cannot properly adjust themselves. No sooner was China open to commerce than corruption attacked it. Until now, the catastrophe of its civilization is practically complete. The stranger acted as did smallpox in the South Sea Islands or did gin in West African kingdoms. It is notorious that small, secluded villages, whose contact with their neighbors is rare and casual, are free from all manner of crime. In cities where conditions are constantly changing, the biological failures take refuge from the weakness in various forms of iniquity. Our folk in the pit over there have been out of touch with the world's progress for all these centuries. It is evident to me that they must have adjusted themselves to an almost crystallized code of culture. They must have developed in the way most suited to their character without the slightest hindrance from without. They have had no new problems to face. They must have established convention and custom, of whose beneficent influence they are absolutely certain. On these grounds, I am prepared to stake my reputation as a naturalist that they have become almost a separate species of man. As distinguished from us as a cultivated strawberry is from a wild one. The progress is probably limited to certain narrow lines, but on those lines, believe me, they are what Huxley is to the Hottentot. Our progress in Europe has been by snatches. When people were weary of wars, the civilization which we are going to explore must have become immune from considerations of necessity in its first century of existence. It may well have devoted its energies ever since to a continuous course of well-aimed ambition. I broke in. You forget about the segregated communities of monks in the Middle Ages. They don't seem to have got very far. There's 5 more pages. Here we go. They did in their way, he retorted. Besides, they were pledged to a purpose which had nothing to do with the actualities around them, and they were not really a species, for they excluded women and children. One more point, Doctor. These people have lived all this time on a diet extremely restricted. They cannot be familiar with many condiments. No doubt their staple is this strange fish, of which I freely admit that our knowledge is so imperfect. I quite accept your criticism of my artistic effort when the fires of creation die down in my spirit. I was as generous to his modesty as I had been resentful to his arrogance. I dare say you have not done so badly, I said. No doubt, but you know your subject as well as any man now living. Thank you, Doctor, he said. The best in this kind are but shadows, as Bacon says in Hamlet, thinking no doubt how his own fantastic shadow, the mummer, the Shakespeare, would dominate the world for generations. And I have found nature so ingenious, so eccentric, so fond of practical jokes, both cruel and ugly, that I think I might meet more than my match if I had to compete with a maniac of sadistic and coprophilic tendencies. Again, the man's hideous atheism shocked me to the soul, but I said nothing. To the point, cried Green, for who knows how long the Hindus have been confined to a monotonous diet of rice? How amiable, docile, and affectionate has the race become in every part of India where this is the case. The very diet of Europe is always posing new problems to a man's digestion. For this reason, he never becomes automatic like the cow. A fresh stimulant to his stomach awakens a fresh passion. The more vicious and corrupt the civilization becomes, the more they seek change of cooking and variety of food. The banquet of what's-his-name, described by Petronius, was the elementary parallel to the complicated moral cravings which made their civilization a chaos and flung them at last into irrevocable catastrophe. You see the same thing going on today. French cooking destroyed the Bourbons, killed Napoleon, and smashed the Second Empire. Our friends over there must long since have adjusted their bodies to the limited staples of food. Indigestion must be a thing unknown among them, for nobody overeats himself for any other reason than the perverse pleasure of titillating his taste. I expect to find these people perfect animals, practically unacquainted with disease, just as I expect to find them mentally and morally the most simple, sincere, sensible, and kind-hearted of all mankind. So much I have argued from considerations of the actual conditions which obtain among them and which you have never denied. Other points occur to me, subtler and not so sure. I shall not trouble you with them, but such as they are, they all confirm my conjecture. I expect to find there the one perfect place upon earth where nature's idiot cruelty has been outwitted by the exceptional conditions. I expect to find the fulfillment of Shelley's prophecy in Prometheus, the realization of the church which Christ conceived. His eyes were sparkling with enthusiasm. It was evident to me that Green was one of those weak, amiable failures who lacked genuine manhood. He was not strong enough to suffer in silence, accepting the facts of life as they are. He could not endure to live except by persuading himself of a phantom paradise. Also, he was even so slack in the spine that he could not accept the true and actual paradise which our Lord won for the fallen sons of Adam by his own supreme sacrifice on Calvary. The idea of such suffering as the Saviour's was too much for his soft-boiled soul. Nothing would do for him but to hope sentimentally. that somewhere or other he might find a sanctuary from sin and sorrow. But he could not realize the awful nature of sin. The terrors of the transgressors stunned his faculties. He could not realize himself as responsible for his own shocking state. But he wanted the soothing syrup of sham humanitarianism when his only chance lay in the drastic surgical operation vicariously undergone for us on Calvary.
Hello?
Hello? So I know you don't know what I'm reading, but this is a mockumentary about Christians, the mind virus known as Christianity. It's making fun of Christians and doctors at the same time in English. It was not without spirit, however, that he declaimed a long passage from Prometheus Unbound as the peroration of his rhapsody. And all this time, he had been packing with something of a bridegroom's rapture. He finished his job with a half-hesitating laugh. It's all so stupid, he said. Here have I been stuffing dead things all my life, exactly what all of us do, whatever our manner of life is. We fill an empty husk with rubbish, knowing full well that husk was never more than the illusionary semblance of a living thing. And all our striving is to create the delusion which deludes nobody, that our straw-stuffed stupidity is a living thing. What an ass you are, my poor dear doctor. You spend your life attacking what you know to be invincible. You have to pretend that life is the most important thing in the world, and yet you can't give any reason why anyone should want to live beyond the petty pleasure of a few meaningless moments, snatched more by luck than anything else, from the great mass of time whose gifts are mostly pain, anxiety, and boredom. Man has no hope of escape from himself or his environment. Hello? A man can hardly appreciate life unless he believes that his work is worth something. And a man who weighs the facts of nature from any scientific standpoint soever knows what an atom he is. He cannot even define what he himself calls good, except by the most ridiculously childish standards. And you, instead of letting him die sensibly, when his body tells him that his time has come, you stuff his skin with spurious life, you pretend to cherish his health, and your success merely means that you cheat evolution. You save the ailing child for motherhood. You discipline the drunkard till the suppression drives him mad, and the civil war of his soul is perpetuated in peevish and enervated posterity. You prevent the elimination of the unfit, and overcrowd thereby the world until the economic law, which you ignore, eases the strain by war and takes its toll of the strongest at the price of the weakest of whom you are so proud. You confer artificial immunity against various diseases with similar results. Your crazy cunning crowds the cities and depopulates the country. You starve the strongest stocks and coddle the least worthy. In the last century, you have rotted almost the whole human race. The will to live which made it has meant nothing to you. Natural protection earns you nothing. You despise it. The fittest means to you, the fittest to pay fees. You have made all men equal by vaccines and by poison gas. You have destroyed the stamina of men by easing the ordeals that approve the vital aristocrat. The world is full of invalids. You will not let them die. The children will be crippled past your coddling, and these, if they bear children at all, will bear degenerates, doomed to die out as any other race must die as soon as the conditions under which it throve are replaced by artificial devices. There was a wise man once who saw that his ass was tired after a hard day's work, and pitying it, cut off its legs. Hello? 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 Okay, we're getting very close to finishing this book. This is a 2-week project, I think, or a week and a half, maybe. I was thoroughly tired of this interminable tirade that it was one more peg in the bottle of brandy. So I mixed myself another, thankful at least that the follies of this faddist took my mind off the preoccupation with tomorrow's business. But it was too much to hear him call down doctors in this wanton way. I reminded him of my profession somewhat sharply. He was irritated and took open insult. I apologize, he said. The stupidity of choking the healthy by letting the sick strangle them is not the doing of doctors. Men of science made that mischief. With doctors, it's the fittest who survive. Those who are fit to live have more sense to let the medicine man mess them about. I rose from my seat with quiet dignity. The spiteful little scoffer had forgotten that I had brought him through a sharp bout of fever not so long before. You have had no return of work? I inquired with polite sarcasm. He saw it. Oh, hang it. I beg your pardon. I let my tongue run away with me, like the hysterical creature that I am. But I'll stick to my guns for all that. The theoretical socialist isn't bound to start a process of sharing, but on principle, I shouldn't have let you save me. Mr. Green is grateful, but his private philosophy is scandalized. If quinine were abolished, only the immune could breed, and in a century or so, there would be no more fever, and the tropical man would have mastered his environment. His stupidity stung me into retort. Then we should pass all our children through the fire to Moloch and expose them at birth to blizzards? Possibly. It might not be a bad plan to throw any survivors down any convenient cliff. That's unfair, expostulated the naturalist. The tests you propose are not naturally imposed by environment. Well, as to blizzards, we are the stalwart race. We are because our ancestors did stick it out. Not one baby in 5,000 could stand a day in a snowstorm, I objected. But once they did, cried Green. You are proving my principal point. We are already degenerate, dependent creatures, and we ought to try the other tack and gradually regain our grip. I had already finished my brandy. As a true Christian, I forgive you for the way you have insulted me and my profession. As a man of science, I pity your ignorance and your prejudices. As a colleague in this desperate venture, I trust that, fit or unfit, you will survive the arduous perils that confronts us, so that I may shake you by the hand very soon on the shores of our Christian, civilized, cultured, and cherished country. Let's have and drink to dear old England, and God save the King. I'm sorry, said Green. You know I'm a teetotaler. I shall never go back to England. I hate the beastly place. Oh, snobs and snatchers. I'd rather go to the bottomless pit in rations. If this place here is what I think, it shall settle there and never hear the word home without a shudder. Then back to the murderous hypocrisy and respectability of dear old England, and be torn by wolves that think a pigeon's feather in the air disguises them sufficiently as demure doves of Venus. As for God save the King, I'm a Tolstoyan. It's nice to have you forgive me, though I wish you hadn't done it as a Christian. My sin is to exist in this atrocious universe. I gladly accept your pity, though I wish it wasn't that from a man of science who usually shows it by cutting up dogs alive or testing theories on pauper patients. As a colleague, I reciprocate the goodwill of your wish by my survival. Although it seems a doubtful pleasure to survive at the price of being more cruel, more cunning, more selfish, more unprincipled than those about me. His emotion was perfectly genuine. Perhaps owing to the brandy, I was inclined to catch the infection. My dear old chap, I said, patting his shoulder, you do collect the crumpet for contradicting yourself every 2 bally minutes. You called me down just now for helping chaps with nice weak characters and constitutions to outlast the gorilla type. Oh, gent. Oh, damn it, said Green. The worst of all my troubles is that you are so infernally reasonable. So hellishly right. So filthily irrefutable. I'm bound to contradict myself. If I tell the truth all the time, that is the climax of the curse. If I refuse to be the big blonde beast with brains, savage and strong, subtle and supple, crafty and conscienceless and clever, as I must be to survive, the very pity, sympathy, or even social sense of the belief that solidarity is safe, my morally superior act does not save suffering in the long run. Each individual is weakened by my loyal support, and the more we love, the more we injure those we love. What devil posed this hideous dilemma? The poor little man was shaking all over with suppressed sobs. Curse your quinine, he almost screamed. Why didn't you let me die? I'm not fit to face the facts as I see them, and my weakness infects everyone within the sphere of my influence. I hate myself. I hate my life. I hate all life. How can you bear life? You are not blind or heartless. The reply was, of course, absolutely simple. I was able to point out in a few pungent phrases that the horns of his dilemma were the horns of the devil who made it, that sin was the cause of all suffering, and the way to salvation free to all, opened wide at the most timid knocks of the weakest and weariest wayfarer, and confessed with calm, solemn sincerity that I was a sinner as he was. But by one simple act of will I had believed that I was now a sinner saved by grace. I pleaded with him with all the passionate pathos of which I was capable. I told him how Satan and sin had been conquered by the Savior, how there was no more sorrow possible, but only joy for me and such as I. He looked bewildered. And yet I thought I had put it in the plainest language. At last he stammered out with puzzled pain in his weak, watery eyes that seemed entirely innocent of laughter, incapable of taking his own side against the world or anyone in it. But, I still don't understand. You have been saved yourself from all this sin, but what about the others? What of your brothers and sisters who aren't saved? I smiled proudly, remembering the blessing on my labors for the Lord in China. I spend my life in seeking to save others, I replied, dropping my eyelids modestly, but with a smile that would not be suppressed, stealing about my lips. But still, there must be some not saved, he urged. No doubt. What else should hell be for? Oh, well, he said, it may be their own fault to disagree with such a man as you. and be damned for doing it. But for my part, I elect to go with them and do what may be done to ease their pain. Such morbid sentiments, reprehensible as they may appear, are evidently little more than the ravings of a disturbed mind. I saw that he was excited and forebore to answer. I'm pretty strong to suffer pain, he growled. I've had a lot of illness in my life. Hello?
He's had a lot of illness in his life. Apparently, he had a lot of illness throughout his life. Lots of illnesses.
I've known stark poverty in boyhood when my parents, who had always lived in ease, were thrust suddenly to sweat for every sixpence. I've known what it is to bear contempt from the one woman I ever loved or ever shall, and worse than that, as I crept like a cast-off cur as near as I dared to her skirts, to find my ideal so worthless that it were flattery to call her wicked. And this after I had seen my father dragged off to the workhouse, where he died 2 days later, my mother sick in our slum, starved slowly because my sister was not pretty or clever enough to earn more than the minimum of food and fuel, though she went on the streets secretly in order to do it. When I was 12, slaving for a pawnbroker, she died in the Lock Hospital. Yet I was strong enough to fight my way to freedom, to keep myself, to educate myself till now. Not yet turned 40, I am famous in a sort of way, but I get no good from success. I rarely forget myself enough to smile, for I have seen what suffering is, how necessary it is to the stupid scheme in whose spider web we are caught. But you are not even content with all the suffering, you see. Nothing will suit you, but you must multiply it by the limitless possibility of your inquisitor's imagination. You must make it infinite, eternal, undiluted. You deprive physical pain of the deliverance of death. You tear the hoodwink of hope from our eyes. You are not content with the woes of the world, which may be born and may be accidents. You insist on the truth of your inhuman nightmare that every man is doomed deliberately to the destiny of damnation. And then you ask me to abhor not the omnipotent power that has decreed these things, but him you call the devil, who may be as bad as you say, but could never be worse than the infinitely iniquitous being that you worship. You have yourselves defined his cruelty as calculated, for one thing and for another, without limit either in time or intensity. Of course, the whole thing was now clear to me. My unhappy colleague was a sensitive boy of good family, whose chance had caused to be brought up in an environment of a highly unsuitable character. He had no doubt associated with atheists and anarchists, and picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips. I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian gentlemen would wean him from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes. I hastened, however, to change the subject. I reminded him of the time boot and saddle. I said with brusque bonhomie, "Friend Thornley is getting impatient." Green clapped his hand on his head and pressed my hand. "You poor, poor man," he said. "How I pity a man who is not tortured to the limit of endurance by the fact of his being a man." A meek, mild, morbid fellow. I fear he had not a good mother. How shamelessly he spoke of his sister. I shook hands again. Quitting the tent, I found Moses in the saddle. The servants brought drinks, and we gave him a hearty goodbye. His mood was merry almost to grossness, and he jeered quite openly at his companion. He warned us that he wouldn't stand for Green's telling smoking room stories round the campfire, or spending the night and trying to sneak into somebody's harem. Green explained quite nicely that there would not be houses of any sort where they were going, and that he didn't smoke and never told stories, because they seemed to him a kind of drug which, by diverting the mind from the agony of existence, only made one less able to discover a real remedy for the disease. Thornley shook his head very waggishly. Green had never made such an outburst before. The banker's agent evidently thought that the son was to blame. He stuck his spurs into his horse, and Green's nag accepted the challenge. 2 minutes later, they were scarce to be seen in the distance. Lyle and I watched them in silence till their forms dissolved in the dust. "I wonder," he said, "if we shall see them again." What do you make of Green?" I said earnestly, for the miserable creature had impressed me despite myself. "I have heard him talk," replied Lyle. "There is one part of my mind that agrees with every word he says, but that is only one part of my mind, and his presentation of facts is only one facet of them. Apart from Christianity, I ventured to observe, I confess I see no solution. If you accept his statements as correct." "Follow my previous remarks," returned our leader. "His complaint is simply that suffering exists, and he claims that this suffering is universal, that existence is evil and aimless. But this thought, which expresses his suffering, is a state of consciousness. If he doesn't believe in immortality, suicide would end at least his share in the mischief. If he does, he must figure out some way out on the lines which Buddha did. But if his state of consciousness ever said were valid, it would be universal, for it is quite absurd to insist that a man is suffering when he is evidently enjoying himself to the utmost." All right, we're getting ready to finish this. Zach, you know what I realized? And I've said this before, that technically everybody says on average a certain number of words a day. And that's how the brain produces its dopamine. The good thing about reading a book is you are essentially doing the same thing. You're just creating the dopamine by doing your average words, but you're using words that aren't yours. So there's a huge difference between reading out loud or reading silently. Basically, people should just come here to read books to get their dopamine, because it's funny that we call it dopamine, because it really is for dopes. You know what I'm saying? So like, if you want to dope up, read a book. Hello? And then you're doing the opposite of being a dope. You're actually helping your dope situation by getting your dope by reading a book out loud. It's genius. It's genius. So I gave my sister a bunch of books for her birthday, and I told her to record herself reading them out loud for at least 10 minutes a day, and then listen to the playback. Because most people are suffering from dopamine deficiency. And that's really all psychiatry has to deal with, is they're dealing with people that are claiming they don't have the dopamine. And so they give them these synthetic drugs, which cause them more health problems and unfortunately limits your lifespan. Because guess what? You're a dope and you bought what the doctor was selling, but you never read a book. Could have read a book. Could have, would have, should have. I'm not bipolar because I have a chemical imbalance in my brain. Yeah, that's right, dope. Should have doped up with a book. Okay, here we go. We're getting very close to finishing this. But if his state of consciousness, as we said, were valid, it would be universal. For it is quite absurd to insist that a man is suffering when he is evidently enjoying himself to the utmost. And if this consciousness were even a common experience, it would put an end to all activity, which we observe not to be the case. Like most philosophers, even professionals, he assumes that everybody is more or less like himself, with all his alleged unselfishness. He is the first prize gold medal egoist of the planet, for he will not even admit any existence which is not fantastic illusion. But even admitting all, he says, why should there not be individuals so constituted by nature that they can say, I'm willing to endure an eternity of senseless suffering as the price of writing this book, or carving this rock, or kissing this girl, if you like. The majority of men do say something of the sort when the mood is upon them. Green insists that they are disillusioned afterwards, but the death of anything is in no way alters the fact that it has lived. That which has lived, though it be but a night. It exists eternally in its soul. The time is merely one of the conditions of our apprehension, and really conceals truth from us because we have added this element arbitrarily to a thing which is in reality quite independent of it. An illustration is our method of staining specimens under the microscope. Such and such a germ is invisible. We stain it with some dye which it never saw before, and having thus disguised it, we announce proudly that we see it. Almost the whole of our knowledge is dependent on similar dodges. No one knows what a straight line really is. All definitions of it are merely statements of its relation to certain other equally incomprehensible ideas. We must try to the infinite variety of nature even as we see it by means of these dyes and lenses of ours by which we color and distort it in order to give ourselves the trouble of deceiving ourselves as to its nature. We know the psychology of joy. It is the free expansion of what desires to expand, the release of a strain, and so on. In this universe, there is so much room to use, so much conscious freedom which ignores the complex laws which determine its action in reality. That joy must be the rule. There is very little motion which our experience does not tell us to be associated with pleasure. And nature is made of matter in movement. What does not move can hardly be said to exist. At least we know nothing that is not in motion. Thornley has just as much right to his picture of things as poor Green has. Danny, you missed it. Hello? But we were talking about the dope book theory, meaning that on average, just like how fatties come on here and say, I walked 2,000 steps or 4,000 steps today. It's the same thing. People come on here and they want to say, let's say on average 800 words a day. But if you pick up a book and read 800 words from a book, it's technically the same thing. You're creating the same dopamine, but it's the opposite of being a dope because you're reading a smart book. So you invert the dopamine. Yeah, that's my theory.
I think we're going to check to see if I'm related to Epstein. I'm 23andMe.
Well, that's, 5 words from your 800 words for the day. If you get a book, you can read it here. Hello?
Hello? I was just thinking that would be off for you, but you said not to.
No, go ahead.
I really don't know it. Where's our friend? Can you sing it with me? Where'd he go? My friend. What is it? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avotenu Ve'emoteinu Elohei Abraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Yaakov Ha'el Hagadol Ha'gibor V'Hanorah El Elyon Umil Chasadim Tovim V'Konei Hakol Zoker Chazdei Avon. I forgot this part. How does it go at the end? Could you fix it?
I don't know that shit.
What is it? It's like Baruch Atah Elohei Avotenu
Shahanuka.
You know, it's Elohei Abraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Yaakov Elohei Rivka Elohei Leah Elohei. I don't remember doing that part. I think that's where we're from. But then it's like,
Oh, say, can you see?
El Hagadol Hagibor V'Hanorah El Elyon Gomel Chasodim Tovim V'Konei Hakol V'Zoker Chazdei Avon. I'm messing that up. There's something there.
Speaking of, what language is that? Was that Chinese?
Melech Ozer U Moshiach U whole blank, how I can know everything up into a specific point and then just forget it, like a blank.
What language are you speaking right now?
I think, am I missing something?
Hello?
Podium,
Hello?
Oh, see, can you see by the... What so proudly we had at the twilight's last gleam. And the bombs
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hello?
You sound like you're stuck in a mushroom.
Shalom Rav there. Shalom Rav, Yisrael, Tasim, Leolah.
Wait, are you Israeli?
Shalom Rav, Yisrael, Tasim, Leolah. I can't do the next part. Ki atahu melech adom, lechocha shalom. Yeah, that sucks.
Nice. Somebody in another room wrote, Dr. Dope and the synopsis. Ben. Ben is a longtime listener. Ben is usually driving in his car in New Zealand while he listens to the John Kitover podcast. Thanks, Ben, for being such a long-time listener. Bono Shalom. Danny, great singing there. That's the type of dopamine you're looking for. And so really what I'm saying is most people should be selfish. Just come on here and talk and then just leave. Because what you really actually need is your dopamine. And that's the final synopsis. Hello?
Yeah, I like that word for God. El Elyon, right? Isn't that what that means? God? Awesome one? Is that what that means?
Yeah. Nicely done.
That's one of my favorites. No, it says highest God. But it is a great name.
Okay, I'm almost finished with this book. This is the last page. Here we go. There is just one corner of me which agrees with Thornley. If it were not so, he couldn't exist for me. Poor little Green, with his single-track mind, is incapable of knowing you or me as we are. He insists on regarding us as melancholic altruists, who for some obscure reason are not quite awake to the fact that at least seems universal, and part of the cruelty of which he complains is that the foreigner who may be, of course, one's own brother, is impossible to understand, so that we deny him the common rights of humanity and starve him or shoot him, unless he happens to be beforehand with us. I think I see your point, Lyle. Has Green told you his theories about the people we are going to visit tomorrow? Oh, yes, by the hour. It's all excellent logic. Utopists are always the same. The reasoning is invariably faultless. But in this irrational world, it is rare for reason to be right. They are all good men. They believe in themselves. They can't believe in the existence of anyone less noble than they are unfortunate enough to be. They have so much humanity that they know nothing of human nature. Contact with externals educates and exercises our faculties. Green's outlook on life implies the distrust of all action. He assumes that an atrophied organ is best. I anticipate finding our friends, the fish-eaters, an interesting study, an example of how to go wrong. To my mind, it is quite clear that they are bound to be bigoted, ignorant, narrow, petty, prejudiced, with neither desire nor power of development. They may be organized automatically like insects. They may be merely approximations to the vegetable. I think the study of them will throw considerable light on the development of the human race in the matter of comparative anatomy. And of course, the ethnologists will dote on the data we bring back. Beyond that, though I admit that I dreamed a good deal when I was still a long way off, I imagined the whole business was going to be as dull and decorous as a scientific gathering in London. I tend to go to my tent for one little drink before dinner. Your idea, I said over my shoulder, seems to be that they will just have stagnated. That's it, he returned with a laugh. Don't you know how it is with yourself after only a month or two cooped up in some corner of China? I see what you mean, I said, and disappeared under the flap of the canvas. No doubt he thought I agreed with him, but a little bird said in my ear that he was as wrong in his way as my meek little manling in his. I wasn't going to commit myself to any prophecy about the people we were going to see. I knew in my heart that there is one unaccountable factor which both men had left out in their calculations. Man is not the creature of circumstances beyond a certain point. His secret is a perversity dearer than life itself, which makes it impossible to predict what he will do.
can sing that.
Oh, Shamo! Oh, Shamo!
How many Epsteins do you think are going on here? I know how many.
2 Epsteins and call me in the morning.
View all your relatives. Should I try Kitover and see what happens? Did you 23andMe yourself? I got a Kitnick. I don't got a Kitover.
Kitover, John. Sesame Street song. John Kitover.
Okay.
I got a single Epstein.
You guys are perfect. You guys are perfect for this. You guys just listen to me read what's called The Fish. And my friend, I think you would agree, it's pretty interesting and intelligent. Yes or no?
Yes, but I'm about to go teach the kids jiu-jitsu.
I'm
Well,
related to someone named Jeff Epstein, but I don't think it's the right one. He looks slightly different. How can I be related to only one Epstein and their name is Jeff? Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
okay. Hello?
I'm talking about shit now. Me and my
Hello?
The way it was, but
Ban doesn't. One thing I'm gonna give it back to you, but Ban, I don't think it's fair to make the comparison, and you don't have to put one thing. It's like the people that go overseas, or that divest and go overseas, what they call the travel bros, the passport bros. That's what I'm looking for, right? If the student's going overseas and finding a woman or a prostitute that they want to be with, because that's what they're really going here for. They're not going there to find a wife. They're going there to find a prostitute.
Don't cheat.
But anyway, they have to put down the American woman before they leave. You know what this brought back big short bitch right here is the reason why she's so alpha. She smacks me around with it. Like, instead of just going over there and finding a woman they want to be with, right? Why not just leave quietly, right? Man, you don't have to put down Kendrick to put up Bad Bunny. Just that you like this one. You don't gotta say the last one's not as good. What are you doing?
well, and the second thing I was just going to add on that too, though, is the reason why I think a lot of people are taking it that way, especially on the Republican
It's like, oh, like, oh, that Trump. Because he ignored him, and that's what hurts him the most. It really does. And like, there's certain times when you have to speak up, and there's certain times when you have to just ignore his stuff. Especially not the troll shit that he does, so we know it's not. But anything was just, it was all BS from the get-go. So it really did bother him probably that he wasn't a part of it.
They were beating Bad Bunny into doing something overly political, anti-Trump and whatever, and they got fucking owned in real time in front of millions.
Which I probably should use this comparison after what I just said, but it would be like if Kendrick did ignore Drake, that would have been funny too, right? Because it's like, it didn't even matter what he did with the album because he didn't put the diss song on the album, you know?
It would have been the same because I think one of the reasons he does such big numbers.
Okay, Ben, I'm going to end this room. Have a great rest of your day. God bless. You go to the next room if you want. Farewell. Remember, all communication is hypnosis.
Of the year or not, right? I think that was the draw. Outside of him being a dope ass artist, not to take away from that, right? But you know what I mean.
Oh, he definitely did. I mean, the biggest part was the pedophile joke.
Exactly. Oh, wait, John, I'm sorry. One more thing on the immigration. They turn the TV off either straight
White guy.
I thought he was freestyling.
Please, I want the knife. Come to get the knife.
That was crazy.
Child, I want the
You know what's
knife.
weird is they literally had to sit in another location to say this was recorded to.
I remember when I was going to say, that song, Turn the TV Off, that's a ode to Latinos and immigration and all that. So whoever took that take is definitely wrong.
Hey, remember yesterday? Okay, I'm sorry. So I just realized it also works with the moderator history too. If you hold their profile down, so there's I'm sorry. What I'm saying is there's still ways to remove people and goo people without it showing up because I know for a fact I just removed one of those people, but neither one is showing up on the history.
It takes time sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't show. I've done that too, where it just doesn't show.
Reason is lost. If you kick them straight out the room, hammers and results, it doesn't show.
See, Clubhouse got to fix that now.
And Kimberly, our audience definitely that certain demographic that's going to defend Kendrick, right? You're 1,000% right. That's not going to change. So chat about it.
But let me ask you, why are you going to defend him? Because I'm sure
I'm a Kendrick fan, and he's also a Gemini, and I think he's one of the artists to come out in a while. And I like
Generalized.
Lord.
From an insufficient number of cases. There is no such thing as gout. Every man that you call gouty has a disease of his own and requires his own private remedy. When you class every man with a swelled toe as gouty, you are only in one degree less quacks than the scoundrels who sell panaceas. The better your specialist is, the more fully he acts on this fact. He studies each case as if he had never seen anything like it before, and is much more concerned to note differences than similarities in his patients. Generalize from an insufficient number of cases. There is no such thing as gout. Every man that you call gouty has a disease of his own. Strawberry is from a wild one. The progress is probably limited to certain narrow lines, but on those lines, believe me, they are what Huxley is to the Hottentot. Our progress in Europe has been by snatches. When people were weary of wars, the civilization which we are going to explore must have become immune from considerations of necessity in its first century of existence. It may well have devoted its energies ever since to a continuous course of well-aimed ambition. I broke in. You forget about the segregated communities of monks in the Middle Ages
they don't seem to have got very far. To the point, cried Green, for who knows how long the Hindus have been confined to a monotonous diet of rice? How amiable, docile, and affectionate has the race become in every part of India where this is the case. The very diet of Europe is always posing new problems to a man's digestion. For this reason, he never becomes automatic like the cow. Each fresh stimulant to his stomach awakens a fresh passion. The more vicious and corrupt the civilization becomes, the more they seek change of cooking and variety of food. The banquet of what's his name. To the point, cried Green, actual paradise which our Lord won for the fallen sons of Adam by his own supreme sacrifice on Calvary. The idea of such suffering as the Savior's was too much for his soft-boiled soul. Nothing would do for him but to hope sentimentally that somewhere or other he might find a sanctuary from sin and sorrow. But he could not realize the awful nature of sin. The terrors of the transgressors stunned his faculties. He could not realize himself as responsible for his own shocking state. But he wanted the soothing syrup of sham humanitarianism when his only chance lay in the drastic surgical operation vicariously undergone. And all our striving is to create the delusion which deludes nobody, that our straw-stuffed stupidity is a living thing. What an ass you are, my poor dear doctor. You spend your life attacking what you know to be invincible. You have to pretend that life is the most important thing in the world, and yet you can't give any reason why anyone should want to live beyond the petty pleasure of a few meaningless moments, snatched more by luck than anything else, from the great mass of time whose gifts are mostly pain, anxiety, and boredom. Man has no hope of escape from himself or his environment. Poison gas. You have destroyed the stamina of men by easing the ordeals that approve the vital aristocrat. The world is full of invalids. You will not let them die. The children will be crippled past your coddling, and these, if they bear children at all, will bear degenerates, doomed to die out as any other race must die as soon as the conditions under which it throve are replaced by artificial devices. There was a wise man once who saw that his ass was tired after a hard day's work, and pitying it, cut off its poison gas. You have destroyed the stomach of men by easing the ordeals that approve the vital aristocrat. Bikes you propose are not naturally imposed by environment. Well, as to blizzards, we are the stalwart race. We are because our ancestors did stick it out. Not one baby in 5,000 could stand a day in a snowstorm, I objected. But once they did, cried Green. You are proving our principle. We are already degenerate, dependent creatures, and we ought to try the other tack and gradually regain our grip. I had already finished my brandy. As a true Christian, I forgive you for the way you have insulted me and my profession. You propose are not naturally imposed to you. It's nice to have you forgive me, though I wish you hadn't done it as a Christian. My sin is to exist in this atrocious universe I gladly accept your pity, though I wish it wasn't that from a man of science who usually shows it by cutting up dogs alive or testing theories on pauper patients. As a colleague, I reciprocate the goodwill of your wish by my survival. Although it seems a doubtful pleasure to survive at the price of being more cruel, more cunning, more selfish. Most you propose are not naturally imposed by environment. Well, as to blizzards, we are the stalwart race. We are because our ancestors did stick it out. Not one baby in 5,000 could stand a day in a snowstorm, I objected. But once they did, cried Green. You are proving my principal point. We are already degenerate, dependent creatures, and we ought to try the other tack and gradually regain our grip. I had already finished my brandy. As a true Christian, I forgive you for the way you have insulted me and my profession. You propose doing. Irrefutable. I'm bound to contradict myself. If I tell the truth all the time, that is the climax of the curse. If I refuse to be the big, blonde beast with brains, savage and strong, subtle and supple, crafty and conscienceless and clever, as I must be to survive, the very pity, sympathy, or even social sense of the belief that solidarity is safe. My morally superior act does not save suffering in the long run. Each individual is weakened by my loyal support, and the more we love, the more we injure those we love. What devil poses irrefutable? But with a smile that would not be suppressed, stealing about my lips. But still, there must be some not saved, he urged. No doubt. What else should hell be for? Oh, well, he said, it may be their own fault to disagree with such a man as you, and be damned for doing it, but for my part, I like to go with them and do what may be done to ease the pain. Such morbid sentiments, reprehensible as they may appear, are evidently little more than the ravings of a disturbed mind. I saw that he was excited and forebore to answer. I'm pretty strong to suffer pain, cold. I've had a lot of illness in my life. But with a smile that would not be suppressed, stealing about my lips. But still, there must be some not saved, he urged. No doubt. What else should hell be for? Oh, well, he said, it may be their own fault to disagree with such a man as you, and be damned for doing it, but for my part, I like to go with them and do what may be done to ease the pain. Such morbid sentiments, reprehensible as they may appear, are evidently little more than the ravings of a disturbed mind. I saw that he was excited and forebore to answer. I'm pretty strong to suffer pain stated with atheists and anarchists. It picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips. I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian gentlemen would wean him from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes. I hastened, however, to change the subject. I reminded him of the time boot and saddle. I said with brusque bonhomie, friend Thornley is getting impatient. Green clapped his hand on his head and pressed my hand. You poor man, he said. How I pity a man who is tortured to the limit of endurance by the fact of his being a man. A meek, mild, more is correct. Following my previous remarks, returned our leader, his complaint is simply that suffering exists, and he claims that this suffering is universal, that existence is evil and aimless. But this thought, which expresses his suffering, is a state of consciousness. If he doesn't believe in immortality, suicide would end at least his share in the mischief. If he does, he must figure out some way out on the lines which Buddha did. But if his state of consciousness ever said were valid, it would be universal, for it is quite absurd to insist that a man is suffering when he is evidently enjoying himself to the utmost. We see it by means of these dyes and lenses of ours, by which we color and distort it, in order to give ourselves the trouble of deceiving ourselves as to its nature. We know the psychology of joy. It is the free expansion of what desires to expand, the release of a strain, and so on. In this universe, there is so much room to use, so much conscious freedom which ignores the complex laws which determine its action in reality. Then joy must be the rule. There is very little motion, which our experience see it by means of these dyes and the...
Let's try something at the odds.
Take 7, folks. Remember, line first, donut second. Sometimes I want to give up. Take 7, folks. Remember.
What motivates you to give up your job, which is what you're doing, and put it all on the line to run statewide? It is...
How many carrots in a crystal skull?
5,000?
5,000 gets you a kilo. That's close. This is heavy, bro. You gotta guess. Come on, man. 150 will get you the ounce you picked up. How about this one right here?
How are you?
You got a number in your head. Come on, bro.
1,000.
That'll get you 3 ounces. Nowhere near the actual carry weight, but whatever.
1,000.
Still a little, man. But this is a little something.
Okay, Nelson.
All right, here. Take this. Too heavy for me. All right, good. Good job. Yeah, this is good, bro. Here, this is good for you. 12,000 to get you a kilo, and how much is it?
That's correct. Further my previous remarks, returned our leader, his complaint is simply that suffering exists, and he claims that this suffering is universal, that existence is evil and aimless. But this thought, which expresses his suffering, is a state of consciousness. If he doesn't believe in immortality, suicide would end at least his share in the mischief. If he does, he must figure out some way out on the lines which Buddha did. But if his state of consciousness ever said were valid, It would be universal, for it is quite absurd to insist that a man is suffering when he is evidently enjoying himself to the utmost. Correct. Follow my previous remarks, returned our leader, stated this with atheists and anarchists. It picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips.
I didn't see any Dominican thing. When I saw it last night, I was thinking, damn, they thought of the Puerto Rican area in Washington Heights. Like, it didn't even give, like, Washington Heights generally. It gave the Puerto Rican blocks, not even the Dominican block. It was very, very, very strictly directed. But, you know, it doesn't matter. Brandy, you know there are Puerto Rican parts in Washington Heights, girl. Exactly. That's what was so. Have y'all seen Lin-Manuel Miranda's In the Heights? Have people seen In the Heights before?
Yes.
Yeah, this is like a thing that the Puerto Rican. Y'all should read some of the Puerto Ricans. They want to put themselves on the map. They don't want to be conflated with the Dominicans. Hey, Cole, I kind of don't know why bigots say that people will be surprised. I don't know what the point was. People were arguing that it was general Latino. Maybe you weren't here for it. Or that it was like Mexicans in Southern California.
I think Ben Hague. Do I think Ben Hague? Because you can't say they're not American.
Are you on drugs? What is wrong with you, Mike? Are you on drugs, bro?
No, sir. I'm on reality.
Hating because they're not American. Bro, we're talking about.
No, because you can't say they're not American. You twisting yourself in pretzels. You throwing shots. What are you doing, Jack?
Shots? What the fuck are you talking about? Drugs is American. Are you okay?
Drug distinction is not throwing shots.
Amani, bro, I admire him. Be honest with you, bro. You gotta lay off the drugs, bro.
What's reality?
You gotta lay off the drugs. Who are you responding to? Nobody said that people weren't American. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm trying to say is that you're putting them down for them to just express themselves during the Super Bowl.
Putting them down? I'm celebrating. I said it was the best halftime show I've ever seen. Putting them down. I said it was the best live halftime show that I can remember.
What did you just say about this?
I said you gotta read the Puerto Ricans because they don't like being conflated with
gas. You have destroyed the stamina of men by easing the ordeals that approve the vital
talks about this in a lot of his scholarship and public writing. How, like, when people see Latino stuff, they don't see the distinctiveness within Latino.
That's right.
But a lot of it is distinctive. That's what I'm saying last night was a display of that distinctiveness.
Well said.
This is shit. I don't be honest with you, bro. Do you do drugs, Amani? This is like the third time you've done this.
No, sir. I've been listening to you for how many hours now?
I don't know. That makes me wonder if you're still here.
I was gonna say, if you like saying you've been listening for a long time doesn't help if you confuse the argument.
Did you not hear me say? I said this is the best
resistance to what they were doing.
That's very
Yeah, that's stupid. Why y'all gotta go there?
Resistant. I said it was the best live Super Bowl show, in my opinion, ever. Of course, Michael Jackson didn't remember the time.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, but you literally said they think they're on the map now. What was that for?
They think they're on the map now.
This is your words. You literally just said that. Like, what was that about?
Yes, I said Puerto Ricans want to put themselves on the map because they don't want their expression of Latinidad to be conflated with others, especially the Dominicano. So, like in Washington Heights, people only think about the Dominicans in Washington Heights, but there are Puerto Rican pockets too, in the Heights in particular.
Puerto Ricans in Chicago.
I know, but I'm not talking. I know, but I'm talking about the ones in New York. I mean, it's just one example.
He just wants to make this an argument. There's no argument.
That sounds odd, but hear me out. If you vote for my opponent, I'll buy your vaccine.
No, sir. Watch this. Okay.
Sometimes I wish we would stop saying people are on drugs and just not admitting that this is just how they function. I actually think that sometimes we get giving people escapes by saying that they're on drugs when he's telling us he's not. This is just who he is.
He's on drugs. In this case, I think there's something wrong with him because there's no way that he could think
then I am critiquing and pushing back when I literally said, for me, this is the greatest live Super Bowl show of all time.
And you said it like 10 times now.
Yes, there's no way you can believe it. Yes, that's drugs.
When I first started talking about it, he wasn't talking
He
about
said he's not on drugs. I think
No, I'm not talking like the last 10 minutes. Go ahead, and you can continue. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Gemini came off and said, hey man, you don't have to big up, you don't have to put down Kevin Hart to big up Bad Bunny. I've been bigging up Bad Bunny the entire time. What are you talking about? This is drugs, Miss Cleo.
I mean,
Drugs.
you can say it is. He insists that this is how he operates. Now it's my favorite filter. This is what he stadium skies. I mean, I'm not arguing. Like, I'm no longer making people drug addicts who. This is their conscious stream of thought. This is not inhibited by anything. He got to this conclusion completely on his own.
If there's no Latinos or Puerto Ricans or whatever, all I'm saying is that I asked him what he offended at a certain point today.
Who's who
From
offended?
That's all you gotta do is ask that question.
Who offended?
If you just popped in here 10 minutes ago, you know what I'm talking about. You've been throwing shots at him.
Say it again.
Along with him saying that he was the greatest Super Bowl, but he's been saying slight things. I know what it is. I don't think you know.
Oh, I got it.
Like you said,
I put in the chat. You're on the spectrum. Are you autistic? I'm not joking.
wrong with you. So,
He's autistic.
Absolutely nothing has been offensive to Latinos.
No, he's on the spectrum. It's clear he's on the spectrum. It's clear. Because I'm not saying that as a joke. It's very clear.
Stop insulting people with ASD, please. Thank you.
I'm not insulting. Do you hear him?
I actually think more likely what would be if we were throwing around diagnosis.
Somebody on the spectrum.
I actually think
something's wrong with you.
a learning disability would be more likely than
Then he has a learning disability. Okay, that's fair.
I'm not a I can't talk about. I can diagnose folks. So I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying.
No, he's in this using. You can't say anything about the way you use it.
Poison and gas.
Yes, it's a full brother.
Poison.
Right. So
Poison and gas.
That's it. A language disorder. That makes way more sense. That makes more sense. Yeah, and you might have expressive, like it might be expressive and receptive.
You're not making any sense. Like, you just talk about your name.
Wait, I don't make sense.
She doesn't make sense.
Wait, hold on. Do you know what a language disorder is?
A language disorder? Come on, good.
Do you know what that is?
Well, how does that apply? Monfongo. I said monfongo, right? My point
That's
is,
not what made me say that.
right?
Sir,
You're using it in the wrong context. You come out with something else that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Sir, this is why I actually do think it is a receptive and expressive thing. Because no, I think it's I'm really set on it's a language disorder. I'm really set on that.
Language disorder. Anybody on whom you see?
But you clearly don't know what a language disorder is because you're thinking I'm saying it because of one word. That actually has nothing to do with it. I actually wasn't listening.
Listen, you have no clue what point I'm talking about. What am I talking about? You've been here all day. What you're doing is, I don't know what you're doing. It's just, you're not making any sense. You're just talking.
I'm not making sense.
When you did use the word monfongo, you didn't use it in the proper context.
It's from Puerto Rico. I don't know if it's a national dish. I've had it in San Juan. I've had it. I don't think our next guest is ready for the savory sweetness of it. That's from my land. You'll send your messages. But anyway, I'm telling y'all, this man has mental issues. So let's move on. I did want to say something about the Heights, New York thing, but I'll meet up for a while. That's the same guy talking about the NBA could make money from billboards in Tanzania.
No. We're talking about somebody coming to equate American inflation it, right? We're talking economics, and no one's asking you, did you want to move? You don't want to advertise.
Poison gas.
The same brings.
Put the definition of language order in the chat if you're curious. I was talking about. That's what I was talking about.
Right?
You have destroyed the stamina of
We had to hear this.
by easing the ordeals.
He's a busy person. And Mr. Taylor, you know they be giving them
Improve the life of the sick, right?
Who's doing this? I would like to join the team. I would like to be a part of the SST. No, actually, it wouldn't be SST. It would be UST. User Support Team. I have no problem assisting. This is like, that's why when Kimberly said auditory, I said no, it's a language. Well, I think auditory does fall under language. Anyways, I was like, oh, this makes more sense.
No, he's either on the spectrum or no. There's no
Spectrum that I'm on.
Let's get back to the combo, bro. Let's get back to the combo. You said I said the man was given Puerto Ricanness. I was talking about how they don't like to be conflated. I was saying how great the performance was, how beautiful it was.
The world is full of infants. You will not let them die.
Deeper masculine.
Your children will be crippled past your godly. And these, if they bear children of all.
I'm almost done. I don't say dumb shit at all. I'm not dumb, bro. I don't. So yes, you do. No, I don't. No, you don't. No, I do. Yes, I do.
You got somebody cuss you out earlier.
You think that? I don't give a fuck.
You from upstate? Yeah, you got me from upstate.
You from Canada? No, you from upstate. Listen to you. You're retarded.
Yo, because somebody else went off on him, he said stupid.
You're retarded.
It's bad logic. I'm leading a book club called The Art of Thinking Clearly. Some of you want me to take that book and dissect it because y'all ability to use logic is really gone. Like I don't know. You don't get logic.
Degenerates doomed to die out as any other race must die as soon as the conditions of which it throws.
His cognitive capacities slowed up and stopped. I mean it literally. That's what I mean. Did you hear him? He said I was get back to the conversation. So anyway, I'm not intellectual. I never claimed to be. I think there are very few intellectuals in America. But let me just continue. One thing that I found very interesting about this, which is also in the Heights, is how it expresses this in my own thing. People can disagree, but I think it's kind of interesting. If you know New York, I feel like it was more Heightsy than Barrio-y. Did anybody get that sense last night? I felt like it was more Heightsy than Barrio. Like it was more from the Heights than it was from El Barrio. That's how I feel like in the Heights does that too, because it's conflated with the Barrio. A lot of Puerto Ricans I know not from Barrio, they don't like that shit, and I kind of feel like this was part of it. It was kind of interesting. I gotta go on mute. This motherfucker is.
And also, I agree. It also gave me more knowledge than Albadia, but it reminded me, and it definitely was more Manhattan than the Bronx for some odd reason. But
there was a lady from Brooklyn. I found out that when he took that shot, that woman owns a spot in Brooklyn. I think it was also
That's a combination of all the stuff I felt anyway. Maybe go to my side story up.
Let me go real quick. I also found, I don't know if it's true, they said that actually it was a real wedding. But my mother-in-law is from Panama. She's from a place, she's not from Panama City. What the hell is she from? I forgot where she's from. But where she's from is very rough. It's very, go ahead, tell me the city. I'll tell you if that's
I was going to ask you, is it the area where lots of black people were, but then you said
yeah, she's from Cologne. She's from Cologne. I just came to you. Yeah, she's from Cologne. Yeah, very black, the part where she's from, and very poor. And she goes back and she does her work there to help out. You know, she does what she can with what she has. But while we were watching it,
she said, yes, this does kind of remind me of back home when we just somebody turns on music and it's a party right then and there on the spot. She did say that. But I also give a band saying, it's hard to recreate the real. It was Hollywood. It was choreographed. But I loved it. It was great. I loved how my mother-in-law was excited about it because, the culture is shining. It's their time to shine. And if anybody's going to hate on that, there's a special place for you. I'll congratulate you.
I didn't say that. That's not what I was saying at all. What's happening today? I didn't say anything about the inability to recreate anything. I'm saying you said that. I don't know what's going on. You did. You just said, I can see what you're saying, man, about the inability to. You just said.
What was my description? What was your description? It wasn't Mario. It was.
I was saying that it felt more like it was Washington Heights Puerto Rican culture than El Barrio Puerto Rican culture. What does El Barrio have to do with it?
I misunderstood you, brother.
Okay. Cool. Hey, y'all good, man. Sometimes we end up talking based on something I said. But anyway, the point is, y'all got it.
That's some out, man. What are you doing?
It's hard. I don't know, man. I'm not used. This is hard to get used to, even after 5 years. I gotta be honest. It's really hard just to get used to. I think I'm used to it. I'm not used to it. I'm just not.
I can tell by how flustered you are. You don't know what to say right now.
It's hard. I think that's one reason.
Maybe semi-consciously, pre-consciously, whatever you want to call it. Depends on which Freudian interlocutor you read. Why I feel like I'm drawn to the app because I just never come across people that can listen to somebody for 15 seconds to, according to Amadi, hours, and then completely say the opposite of what they said and stand on it. I don't know.
Listen, tomorrow is not promised. You gotta cuss that motherfucker out today.
No, I can't do it.
I think the age of whataboutisms, that's where a lot of this shit comes from.
But I said that this was, people like Beyonce and then like, what's the book, Prince, Bruno Mars, Kendrick, whatever. I'm saying for me, this was the greatest live one. I thought it was wonderful. I watched it now like 4 times. I see more in it. I thought the music sounded, I thought Ricky Martin, everything good. And Amadi comes off to say I was taking shots at him. And his example was me bringing up mofongo, one of the national dishes. This is absolutely insane. I actually disagree with, was it Brooklyn or somebody? I think you said it was more Bronx. You said you didn't get Bronx. What did you say about the Bronx?
It's more uptown than anything else, something like that. It was more.
She said more Manhattan than the Bronx.
I know it was more Manhattan than the Bronx.
Generalize. Feminine sufficient. Generalize. Feminine sufficient.
It just felt uptown.
It felt like uptown. It felt more like uptown more than the down.
Generalize.
I grew up halfway in Albany.
And we got spots in Philly, like North Philly. That a little bit, right? Maybe outside, cooking something, you know what I mean? And it's damn it, 12 one neighborhood right now. When they music out, like I can understand it. Puerto Rican pocket, that's what I'm putting. Puerto Rican pocket, that's what when you like that, the Puerto Rican pocket. She out there cooking that polio, you mean? Oh, he is walking by. Oh, yeah. I lived in the Puerto Rican pocket in the Bronx one time. It's crazy.
Gillian Maxwell, we know from the Epstein files, didn't tell the truth. She got...
Suck it up.
I do think it would be dope, though. I wasn't joking. Like, it would be really cool if, like, somebody did a big documentary kind of thing, like a PBS thing, but maybe make it more produced. You know, where people see, you know, Latini God and his different expressions, because it's not all the same. It's not all the same. I think that'd be really cool.
Like a 10-part
roots. It's not finding your roots, Victoria. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Like a 10-part Ken Burns, but not Ken Burns, or something.
As you said, Henry Louis Gates, which he was finding your roots on PBS.
Yeah, he was also the signifying monkey.
Oh, what? You're insulting?
The signifying monkey.
Okay. Well,
yes, I'm insulting.
I agree not to see eye to eye on that.
I'm insulting him by naming his most famous and important book. I had the name of his book, one of his books called The Signifying Monkey. You dodo bird.
Is it past his nap time?
Why would you think I'm insulting somebody by naming his book?
The way that you said it,
She doesn't know anything about it, that's what.
Yeah, I didn't read his book. Watched
Started from just the books. Yeah, you said he did finding his roots. I said, yeah, he's also of the signifying funding. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's done a lot. That's what I was saying. You said I was insulting the man.
Sorry,
it's like the most important.
Because
it's like the most important book.
Recently happened, and you understand that I write that.
Do you see how instead of you saying, "Oh, what's the book about?" "Oh, my bad, I got it." You want to double down on your ignorance. Go ahead, Victoria. One mic on you and Henry Louis Gates because you watched them on fucking PBS.
I met him before when he was.
Oh wow, you met him? Oh wow.
I didn't know that he wrote the book. That was my bad. I apologize.
They're just
I honestly didn't even know I was.
I don't know anything.
Okay.
Just ask.
You do come across, like, when you were saying it came across as an insult, and I thought, why would you insult this man? So, I apologize.
Why does it have monkey in it? What was the insult? I said signify. I said yes, of the signifying monkey. Around to the.
I did apologize, and I am sorry for.
But you don't want
I'm going to look it up. I don't need you to explain it. I
got you. People, again, I was speaking. You wanted to disagree.
I would like to offer a submission. Not the other person's actions, right? Because then that cancels out the apology. And I'm saying this as a person that's big on that. We teach the kids that with the social emotional learning push, even down in elementary. So, for instance, you wouldn't apologize by saying, "Well, I'm sorry if you feel." You see what I'm saying? Like, that takes away, like, that's not acknowledging the contribution to the problem, particularly your actions. It would also not be, "I apologize, but you were coming across confusing and you said this and you said that." That also is an example of a non-apology. It would be more so, "I apologize for making incorrect assumptions," right? "And trying to correct you on a matter that I need to research more on myself." That would be a strong apology there. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, I apologize. It was my fault. I
interpreted something incorrectly, and I am going to look up the book. I don't need you to explain it. If you would like to explain it, I think maybe other people who are unfamiliar with that material might benefit, but you don't have to.
So you thought I was calling a black man a monkey?
Easy answer. I was a little because of recent.
That's what you thought. Just say yes.
Yes, yeah. I literally thought that, and I made a mistake. I misjudged, so I apologize.
So you think in the room that I'm in all the time, I'm anti-Trump and all that stuff politically, and I know black so you thought that based off of you bringing up finding your roots, I will call a black man a monkey. That's what you.
I really don't want to go down a rabbit hole.
No, let's go down the monkey hole. So you thought I was calling.
Clearly, I can't say anything that will land.
No, you can land. What am I calling you? Go ahead.
My apologies.
No, what am I calling you? Please land. Let's go down the monkey hole.
Monkey hole.
So because of Donald Trump, remember earlier when I said people's brains are warped and they can only think through Donald Trump? I thought that in a discussion about me saying they should do PBS videos with Latini Dad, right? That I was calling him a monkey. Is that what you?
Okay. He has written many books. Why focus on that? Why would you respond?
Because it's his most famous one, and it's the one that made him an academic superstar that got him to Harvard.
Okay.
It's arguably the greatest book of literary criticism of the second half of the 20th century.
Okay, I had read it,
so
and I
let's go
was
back.
familiar
What
with
does
it.
it matter? It doesn't matter.
That's my
It doesn't matter.
bad.
It doesn't matter. Let's go back to the monkey hole. So you thought because of Donald Trump, I was calling a black man a monkey.
Another time where the answer is just yes. That's not
The way y'all play so much, I cannot. I'm over here. Oh, the dog. Y'all stupid.
Not like, oh, what's that? Oh, why'd you say that? So she assumed because of Donald Trump that me, Mr. Negro, Mr. calling for the PBS documentary, I was calling for a Negro. Let's just see the fine part. Like a monkey person. Victoria, what's a signifying monkey? Do you know what that even is?
She's removed herself from the chat. Have y'all ever been in a group chat and it says, yada yada was removed from the chat? That's what you're saying.
Well, in her mind, she thinks of black men and black people as monkeys, so that's why she thought I would call them a monkey. That's what I believe. I'm done. Remember, this is the same lady that said we all excused O.J. Simpson for killing Nicole Brown Simpson. Y'all remember that? That's what. This is the same lady that said that. Remember that? That she was. Yeah. Oh yeah. He said. Remember? No. This is you because we were talking about Sharon Moore, and you said you people will call him or turn him into a hero, just like you did O.J. You people. That's what you said. That's what she said. Oh yes.
Ooh, silence is powerful. Oof. I would like to clarify for those confused that the blacks OJ and his crimes, we
anything. I was super young, but I was rooting for a black man getting off, period. So that was my point.
Damn it, Brooklyn.
I mean, here's the thing. How many white people get off and we don't even know their names, and we're sitting up here worried about OJ? I don't understand the significance of even talking about it personally, but maybe I'm flawed.
Men that actually didn't consider themselves to be black.
Just because they don't consider themselves black don't take away their blackness. I don't really give a fuck about that.
Just ask Tiger Woods.
That's a fact. These are niggas the wrong way.
On a regular basis, niggas just a reminder they niggas.
All the time, whether they will.
But a black is an ethnicity, so you can't be close.
Oh, yeah, what is going on? Hello?
Hello! Hello! Huh?
On Tuesday, March 17th. You got a word, you got a definition. You got a word, you got a definition.
I didn't ask. You.
I didn't ask! Hello!
From OJ. OJ said, I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Yes.
I
need you to understand this.
That's all it was. It wasn't anything for anybody to go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I thought we all.
You cannot go down.
You can't.
Of course. Listen, somebody not calling themselves black, you got to distinguish if you're talking about the ethnicity or you're talking about the race. Regardless, I just don't want to make sense. Go ahead, Blue.
No. So like, you ever had somebody that's like they try to be so smart, they just look dumb?
Hello?
That shit don't work. That shit don't work. That shit don't work. It's not gonna work.
There's something that definitely don't work in this conversation.
What is that? Ethnicity-wise and race-wise. How about that?
How about that?
Talk about that. That's what happens when you just come in with some.
No, if somebody doesn't want to claim something, you got to figure out why. If you're not asking, what's the point of talking about it?
People are self-eating. So like, the fact that they are black.
Hello?
Doesn't mean that they're not.
She wasn't. So I just want to make sure we're clear. Like, Tiandra didn't decide that she wanted to dissect this. This was not a statement of her own. It was a quote.
Hello?
Yes. It was a quote said by Brother OJ.
Hello?
Whom Jay-Z included.
Hello?
One of his songs.
Hello?
That's how I interpreted her contribution.
Hello?
And so we don't have to dissect because it's not like she brought it up for conversation.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
We don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hello?
But we know that it's misplaced.
Hello?
And they were gently trying to wake
Hello?
you up to that fact. And they were gentle, and I just
Hello?
hit the button that just said, just go downstairs and think about it.
Hello?
That's all we have to do.
She hadn't done it as a Christian.
Hello?
So, who's helping me in creation of the learning plan for this gentleman
Hello?
with a language disorder?
Miss Chrissy, well, you know, because I know what you do and you know what I do, and we do that enough.
Oh, right, free labor, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not sitting in no metaverse order with these.
Hello?
I'm not gonna do that.
Hello?
But I was intrigued by the group of people who are issuing them on
Hello?
I would love to see.
Yes, it need to be some metaverse IPs listed on these
Hello?
programs so that way we know how to engage with y'all. Like, definitely so. I just shit.
Hello?
No. Once I see you were intentionally being obtuse.
And the thing is, Janet,
Hello?
we can curate the room accordingly, and everything runs smooth around here.
Hello?
You got the IEP.
Hello?
The next one be a fucking fucking
You know,
school playing.
I was in the top class.
Hello?
Fucking bank I go to, they give me $1 million, nigga.
Hello?
Every bank I go to, they give me $1 million. Why the fuck I'm supposed to care about what you talk about?
Hello?
I don't know how you was in school, nigga. Say anything. That's the thing. I'm tired of you niggas on Clubhouse just volunteering information. And can't nobody even prove to be right.
Hello?
Every bank I go to, they give me $1 million then, if that's the case.
Hello?
If you may have an IEP in high school, get the fuck, mute up. Oh my, thank you.
Hello?
I'm telling you, my mom used to read to me, man, every day, man. It helped out later in life. I can't help it. I'm like a reading machine, man.
Oh my God. Unnecessary.
How exactly did her reading to you help you later in life?
Adolescence, you know what I mean? When you turn.
I know one thing he can't read, and that's the fucking room.
14.
Yeah. Like,
come on, Janet.
Reading should be something that helps you immediately. A delayed help of, like, if she read to you as a child and it didn't help you, like, at that I'm fucking my man. Hold on. You mad because I fucking make sense. If your adult parent read to you as a child and it didn't help you until adolescence, my gathering is definitely.
Hello?
Sir, I am talking.
Hello?
Now let me get my thought out in one continuous flow without the interruption of use.
Hello?
So, if a parent read to you as a child and it didn't help until you were in adolescence, I would gather you likely did have an IEP. And I wasn't going to say that. I'm in Brooklyn now. Actually, by your own admission, I believe that you likely did because someone read to you on a consistent basis as a child. And Janet will support me. The statistics on that show, you should have been seeing that as an immediate support for your learning. Immediately.
Hello?
All of elementary school, you should have seen the results. But you didn't see it until you got to middle school.
Hello?
I would gather the only reason that is because there was some type of thing that was happening. And that's okay. I love children with disabilities. I spend most of my time working with them.
Hello?
and I just want everybody to realize how beneficial could one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish be in your 30s.
Hello?
Huh? You gotta think about that. He said that his mama didn't read to him when he was a kid and it just kicked in.
Hello? Hello?
But see, I actually have comprehension, so I understood that. Thank you so much.
Hello?
I don't know anybody who read on grade level. I saw immigrants. That is such a fact.
Hello?
Kimberly. Now everybody's scared they're going to talk because they're going to get labeled having a disability.
No, I don't think people are scared. I mean, at one point we had people saying that the Super Bowl halftime show was representative of Southern California, and then we got to Tijuana. I thought that was Mexico. So clearly they need a map.
Geography class didn't go well either.
That shit threw me off because I'm trying to figure out.
Bunny is Puerto Rican. He's an American artist.
We know, but somebody said that the halftime show reminded them of Southern California. I don't understand that. That shit threw me off the most.
And then
That was so New York. That was ridiculous.
wait a minute. Didn't he highlight something from California? Like a business?
That is
In the beginning, he said something to California because the Super Bowl was in California.
He's allowed in California and San Francisco.
And he said, I'm in Super Bowl 60.
John. About the dang thing. That's crazy. You want to critique Bad Bunny, and so you didn't want to even fuck with the people that claim to be fucking with you. This guy's crazy.
I seen clips of that Turning Point. It's hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie. Even if you're a MAGA person, I don't think you could have watched it. It was so bad. K-Rock's too old to
I tried to watch it. I couldn't watch it. It was like it's an embarrassment. I couldn't get through it.
A lot of the MAGA people probably ended up watching Bad Bunny because it was really bad.
I'm Dr. John. On Tuesday, March 7th, our Air Care Clinic, we specialize in devaccination, revaccination, training, and government procedures.
That sounds like we wanted to take.
Exactly. We're going to use it to play against our Air Care.
John, just relax.
So it wasn't broadcasted at all anywhere?
The Super Bowl was also on YouTube, so I guess you could like back and forth.
I'm sure there are a couple of, they have Sinclair and stuff. I'm sure there's turn my TV on. I specialize in devaccination. I also have a Samsung TV, and it always goes on a news station, which is always pro-Trump. I'm pretty sure they were playing it. No, I'm pretty sure they were playing it. I mean, there have been historically counter-programming to the what do you call it, halftime show. So yeah, I'm sure it was broadcast somewhere. Maybe Newsmax broadcast it, or OAN. They probably broadcast it. I'm Dr. John. On Tuesday, March 17th, 2020.
But they didn't get the proper clearances. So you were proposing for this thing.
So were the men dancing?
Yes, you couldn't say that.
Sorry. Pardon me, y'all. See?
I guess she's over. I guess she's done.
Pardon me, I thought, well, my bad. But were those 6 men that were dancing in ICE uniforms, was that like a troll meme that I saw, or was that actually part of the performance? I asked this question earlier.
That's true. That's true. I'm Dr. John. On Tuesday, March 17th,
You was at the Turning Point thing, or at
I'm Dr. John. We specialize in devaccination and revaccination.
I was like, is that real?
See the one where they
I think the alternate halftime show also shows you how ill-prepared they are, how they don't have production skills. That was executed terribly. Forget about the pathetic artists that were there. And then on the flip side, you have the Bad Bunny, which would normally be a stage manager's nightmare, director's nightmare, and they executed it flawlessly. Like the production level and what they did was actually incredible. I don't think I've ever seen a live broadcast do something like that. So,
He's from Hawaii. The progress is probably limited to certain lines, but on those lines, generalized from economic crisis. There was no such thing as cops.
telephone poles and pyrotechnics.
To the point, who knows how long the Hindus have been tied to a monotonous diet, right?
13 minutes, like to do all of that.
And all our striving is to create a delusion which deludes nobody. And our straw stuff stupidity is a living thing. What poison gas? You have destroyed the stamina of men by using the ordeals.
Watching that shit, I saw
Paradise child born for the fallen sons of Adam. By the very playing the sacrifice of Calvary.
No, he was watching
by using the ordeals to prove the life of respect.
Why do you think that would happen?
What?
Raj is on liberal show. That's what I said. She seems very innocent, like you. It's not like YouTube, man. Sorry, the person who acts implies
Because the 6 years was too much for me. Same thing. Hello? Hello?
That's a funny brother, man. Yo, he up there, like, look at Bad Bunny, and he doing his big little salsa dance, and he doing his little cackle. I don't know. Some of our applies, I think he should go and something. That shit was funny as hell. Go to Plies our IG if you want to see him.
I love his commentary about everything. He is the
Hello?
He's one about the leftovers. Oh, that's a classic. Classic with the damn leftovers. And criminal? Ain't no criminal. Shout out to
Like I said, Plies, they just glossy ass lips. I never really paid attention to Plies' lips.
Yeah, I hear the guy. I got nothing to say about Plies. To be honest with you,
That is
I hear him. I see his I scroll by. It's my particular.
You should give an ear to him. Like there's a few entertainers that actually have some value and credibility when they actually speak, which is weird. It's the ones that throw you off. Like somebody said in the chat, Vic Mensa actually is like scarily accurate when he gives his spiel. Like I've listened to him multiple times recently. I don't even follow him as an artist or anything like that, but his commentary has actually been like it aligns with what I see. Like he's accurate in his depiction of what's happening.
Some people mechanic.
Did y'all know that the KKK sponsored the Turning Point halftime show?
Yeah, I posted it to them.
Hold up. Is that official or they unofficially sponsored it?
They sponsored it. They had the sponsors list.
Wait. Say that again?
The KKK sponsored the Turning Point halftime show.
What y'all
They were one of their sponsors. I'm supposed to know. So you want me to find out?
I just want to say, I want the most, yes it does. I want the most accurate information. So I asked the question.
I don't fucking know.
Hello? Hello?
I just posted the link.
Rambo, I think we're asking for a verifiable source, not Instagram. Thank you, John.
No. But this is like, you can look at it. This is legit. I don't use that as
No, I'm not being disrespectful.
Hello?
I'm just saying that
I'm just gonna make it work.
social media, just for if you don't mind, social media right now is the home of the most information you can find. Like half of it is AI, half of it is fake facts. And I feel like a lot of what I'm seeing on social media unfortunately takes away from the credibility of the seriousness of the shit we're dealing with, especially with the Epstein files. Because there's a couple of accounts I follow that are supposed to be uploading videos that are from the Epstein files, things from the Epstein files, looking in comments that say, you know what, this is actually from X, Y, and Z.
And when it flows it over up to Canada, even back to Minneapolis, there's just snappy shots of the landscape, the different frozen lakes and whatnot. And so when you see them halfway across, that's just a warning sign that don't try it. And you guys on your gliders and your sliders and your snow machines, don't try it because it looks frozen all the way across.
His brother Logan actually denounced him and said Puerto Ricans are Americans, and that he loves his brother, but he just didn't understand his state. So, shout out to Logan.
Shout out to Logan. I did not. Hey, thank you for that insight. But it's crazy when you call in a Puerto Rican, which is a U.S. territory, right? Like, and say that you're a fake citizen, right? I've seen some of the Hispanics. One of the funny things I've seen during, if anything can be called funny, because nothing's really funny about ICE, so take it for what it's worth. But I've seen some of the Hispanics out there automatically using Puerto Rico as a default answer when they're asked where they're from, and their accents are clearly not Puerto Rican. Like a lot of the other Hispanics will call it out in the comments when you will see one of those posts. They're like, that is not a Puerto Rican accent, but that was a smart move. Because the second you say that, they know that you're automatically safe, right? Your citizenship is validated. So for Jake Paul to say that he's a fake citizen is crazy. It didn't make it time during Puerto Rico, but it wasn't worth it.